Well, now we are being recorded.
Welcome.
Oh no.
I start us off with a myriad, a mosaic even, of different experiences. Starting in the quiet deliberately, as each of you have gone on your different journeys, your different adventures. Some of you seeking blood, some of you seeking coin, some of you seeking, I suppose the best word I would use is redemption, recompense. And for some of you, you are merely doing what you must. You know who you are. You know what you are about. You know what you're doing. And night falls, as one does, in whichever plane of existence that you find yourself. Each of you finding repose for the evening, and each of you, your eyes close, whisked away into the dark lull of slumber. I would like at this point, not for battle purposes, but I would like each of you to roll me initiative.
I do not have access to a character. I do have a backup made on a different one, but I can't just roll d20.
Yeah, you should have access to a character.
Is that...
I just rolled a physical die. Should I get onto roll 20 instead?
Yes, please use the roller for roll 20. I see... Okay. Zan, are you using D&D Beyond, or are you using roll 20? Because I can add...
I was just planning on using roll 20, but
Yeah.
I made a backup character just in case, because I always do that
Sure.
just in case there's technical issues. So
Sure.
I have all my stats. It's just
Okay.
I don't have a character in this particular roll 20 session.
Do you need me to set something up for you, or...
If you could just make a character, I can copy everything over.
Sure. I think this is good.
But shocking to no one, rolling a 2 is absolutely the name of my game.
I'm wondering, are you able to go in and create a character yourself?
I can't unfortunately click the add character button. It just doesn't work.
Huh.
Okay, let me see what I can do then. Can be edited and controlled by. There you go. Okay, you should see Ugu Kirk.
Yeah, it always gives a random name. You can
Yep,
just change
that is now you.
I've done it.
Actually, on the note, if you can delete an extra one on my sheet, because I don't think I can do that myself. I just misclicked create new character. I have mine. I have a second one like floating there, and I cannot delete it.
Delete it.
Huh? I still not do I have like weird permissions? Is that why I'm not seeing anything?
You should have. It says can be edited and controlled by Zan, so you should have.
I have never run into this problem on Roll20 before.
This
That
is why
weird.
we do session zeros.
No, absolutely. That's
Yep.
totally fine.
And we record this so that way we can point Thero at it and he can be like, yes, another reason to hate roll 20.
There we go. I clicked the add new character and it worked now, so you can delete the other one now. So whatever.
Thing.
Weird.
Yep. That is it truly roll 20 without something weird happening?
True. Yeah, very true.
All right.
But for the sake of brevity, that is a total of 14 on the roll. Or sorry, total of 4 on the roll. Not plus 10 to initiative. That'd be insane.
Well, that's depressing.
Well, do you have anything in your decks that you can add to that?
You should. Your initiative. You should have your initiative bonus.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm just opening it up. +5.
So 9.
So that's a
Oh my
9.
goodness. I do it when like we roll a 2, a 3, and a 4. Von was the only one to roll above 10.
Huh?
Listen, my guy is literally the type that when he goes to sleep, there's still a weapon in his hand in case he needs to wake up in a hurry.
Let's see here. What should I use for you? Audio check.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you're sounding good.
Oh,
I'm
there it is.
referring to what's playing in the background.
It just came in on me.
I hear
yeah,
it too.
coming in.
Ignore the beeping. Can't get rid of it. It's fine.
Yeah,
Lightning flashes in the sky. The light hits your eyelids, Branson. And despite knowing that you're asleep, you feel the mist of precipitation hit your face.
He's immediately going to sit up, open his eyes, and one of his hand axes is already raised up.
You find yourself inside of an abandoned shack. Moonlight creeping in from the rotted, folded in, broken planks of wood that supposedly at one point lined the ceiling. You smell immediately around you. Again, that moisture, smell of mud.
Was I already sleeping in this shack, or am I somewhere different?
You are somewhere different. This is not where you went to sleep.
Immediately, he is pulling up his hood. He is reaching for his main weapon, and with his other hand, he is going to lean down and with his thumb open up his the hatch to his hooded lantern and check to see what color it is.
Remind me, what is the color it normally is?
The normal color would be just basic, like a lantern light. It has a reactive color if certain conditions are met.
Okay. Currently, as you stand in this, the shack is about, it's a pretty decent size. It's about, give or take, I'd say like 8 by 10 feet.
Okay, so like a bedroom.
It's like the size of a room, right?
Mm-hmm.
As your lantern flashes over rotted barrels, broken crates, you see a little mouse dart as light passes over it. No change.
Still with his main hand weapon at the ready, he'll choke up on the upper handle of it so he can use it in case something gets up on him close. And he's just going to start inspecting around his surroundings. Can I make an investigation check just to see if I can get any sign of where I am or if there's anything in here that's useful?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me investigation.
That's a 22.
You set the lantern down. I'm assuming you're probably pushing things out of the way. You find inside of one of the crates, you find about 10 feet worth of rusted chain. Additionally, you find inside the crate a hook, like a large hook, but it seems to be broken in part of it. Hold on a second. Hey, buddy, where you going? Can't be in there. Sorry, dog. Ribbon, come here, buddy. Where you going? What you doing? Come on. You can't be in there. Sorry.
You're totally fine.
Dog is always worth it.
You find as well multiple bags of what appear to be grain, although it seems that the hempen bags have been chewed through. On second glance, though, you aren't sure if that's rice or if those are maggots.
He'll just drop them and let them fall. But seeing how it doesn't seem to be much in here, he will take up his hooded lantern, since it's more meant to be carried on a belt. So he'll just reattach it to his belt, and he will tentatively head toward wherever there seems to be a door and see if he can get out.
What door? What you see in front of you? It's more like a door frame.
Ah.
There's no door. In fact, you see from the hinges are rusted and broken. At one point, this probably had a door, but whatever happened to the door isn't here anymore.
Well, then he will step out through the doorway and inspect his surroundings.
You're in the middle of the woods. Immediately you can tell it's forest, deciduous.
So, just like home.
It is, but this is not home. And intrinsically you know that.
Well,
You also know...
Go ahead.
Sorry, because
go ahead.
I see your perception. You also note that while you can see the muddy path that leads from the shed deeper into the woods, I find it interesting that at some point the overgrowth consumes, eats away at the path, completely overgrowing and taking over it.
Well then, Branson will try to make his way to a tree line of sorts, but he's going to do so very quietly, because again, knowing he's intrinsically no longer where he was, he is on edge, so he is going to stealth and go at a slower pace.
Roll me stealth and roll me survival.
Okie dokie. That's a 10. And survival, 18.
So, despite the path being predominantly overgrown, you do manage to see the shape of where plants have kind of crept over top. You see the shape of like almost an indentation, and you notice where exactly the dirt road should be leading. And you are able to follow very carefully that particular path. At this point, I would like you to make me a perception check.
Okay. And just like yesterday, I almost rolled a persuasion check. That's a 5.
As you continue walking, glancing around in the trees, as you continue to move in the forest, eventually, hand grips on your shoulder. Very bony, very wet hand.
Immediately swinging around at this with my weapon, one-handed.
Roll me an attack roll.
That's a 16, and unless this thing is actually undead, it's only 7 damage.
You go in for the swing, and you manage to slice across this figure's chest. This poor malnourished, cloaked commoner's woman, now bleeding from her chest.
He's still on edge. He is going to back up and be like, "State your name."
Adeline!
He's just going to click his tongue and just like... actually, no. Just scratch that. I gotta remember, he is very much on edge. What are you doing out here? Where are we?
Save me! Save me!
What color is the lantern light right now? Because it has a 300-foot activation radius, I should point out.
It hasn't changed.
Okay. Alright. He will begin to lower his axe. Alright. Quiet. And as he says that, there will be a slight crackle of electricity in the air as, at first level... Oh, meant to do that the other way. She gets back almost all of the HP she lost from the slash.
The wound begins to close, but something catches your attention. It doesn't disappear. What is left behind is this veiny, almost black-looking scar. Do you know your magic doesn't do that?
He will file it away for later. He'll be like... He will gesture for her to come closer and be like, "What is chasing you?"
Not chasing. Trapping. And as she says trapping, you watch as she is engulfed in black smoke and disappears into this very smoky black form and begins to take off down the road.
Oh, he is now very much on edge. Like, hand is now at a proper area so he can switch his grips on his main hand weapon, which is a battle axe, and he is going to again keep following the path, but now he knows to keep, like, he is on complete edge. He's keeping track of what color his lantern light is, the sounds around him. Like, he is now in complete, like, business mode.
Do you follow the ball of smoke?
Yes.
And that is where we will pause you. Having fun?
Oh yeah. Above game. I feel bad about possibly just attacking a innocent person who was in a very bad place, but also this man basically just woke up in what's the Japanese movie that they based all the Fortnite on?
The what now?
I can't remember it. Just leave me be. I'll figure it out.
Onyx.
Yes.
You find yourself lulled and asleep. And you find yourself in this stasis for a while. Something about it feels weird. It's that feeling of being asleep, but knowing you're asleep, as if you're expecting something. You begin to hear whispers.
I keep my eyes closed, but I try to listen closer to the whispers. I slowly reach one of my paws to my side to feel around my surroundings for something familiar.
You stick your hand directly into the mud. If you remember, you went to sleep in an inn, in a bed.
As soon as my paw touches the mud and I know I'm somewhere unfamiliar, I shoot up to sit upright.
Sure enough, you're laying in the mud. And your fur, immediately you notice, is soaking wet. You hear that thunder. And that lightning that flashes across the sky. You're in a clearing, in fact. You're in the middle of a field. And the first thing that you notice, despite being in the middle of a field, is that almost all of the plant life around you is dead. Go ahead and make me a perception check. Okay.
I also have +4.
+4. Okay, 16. First thing that you notice beyond the dead plants and beyond the lightning in the sky and the thunder rolling, the first thing that you notice is that amongst the field, somehow that you are laying in the middle of, if you've ever been in like a field, like a wild field or a trail that has frequently been walked through, you'll kind of notice that there's like a divot in the plant life where things have been just routinely pushed out of the way. There isn't quite a path there yet, but it's close. Somehow, even in the dead plants, you notice that you've been laying in the middle of one of these trails. It's almost like someone just dropped you here.
Dropped or dragged?
Well, you don't see any footprints.
I was listening for sounds earlier to see what I could hear. Can I roll perception?
Sure.
See if I can pick up sounds of life.
Sure.
That's a 3 + 4, 7.
You didn't need to roll to hear that. But even with a 7,
I get to my feet.
you get to your feet.
At this time, I no longer feel safe lying down. I get to my feet, hoping that being upright gives me more visibility. I reach my paw that was previously was in the mud to reach for some weapon. The nearest thing to me is a dagger. So I hold on to it. I don't quite pull it out, but I grab onto the hilt.
Okay.
Just to feel safer.
The familiar feeling of your hilt does bring you some comfort, but even from this vantage point, the only thing that catches your eye is a crow that seems to be pecking at the trail in front of you.
I cautiously proceed closer to the crow to see what it's pecking at.
Are you
I
doing
move slowly.
Slowly?
So I'm not
Are you...
trying to alert. Yes, I'm trying not to attract its attention, but I'm also trying to see what it's pecking at.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
I have a +7 on that.
Yeah. Bro, as far as you aware, does not seem to notice you as you creep forward. And eventually you get close enough. You look down. Pecking at bone fragments.
I take a sharp breath and I grip the hilt tighter. And I look around my surroundings quickly to see if there's anything else. Especially, I keep an eye out for something that possibly stripped this creature to its bones in the first place.
And roll me another perception check.
+4.
You don't see anything else for the moment. But when you look back down at the crow, it looks up at you. And there's something about the look in its eyes. Something off. Something aware. Like a sense of complex thought.
I take a step back, and at this time I pull out my dagger, but I don't quite attack, waiting to see if the crow is going to make any sort of threatening move, since I'm unsettled by the way it's looking at me.
Tilts its head at you. It's going to insight you. For my sake, if you are trying to keep yourself, shall we say, in a sense of like a poker face, roll me a deception check.
I have a +4 on deception.
Ooh. Okay. It cocks its head to the side at you. Rolls its head, turning it to the other side. Takes 3 jumps, like, away from you, down the path that you now notice leads into a forest. And after taking 3 hops, looks back up at you.
Convinced that it wants me to follow, I'm uncertain and unsettled, but I still take a few steps forward. And since there's no other living creature around, I decide to follow to see where this crow leads me.
It caws at you twice, flaps its wings, and slowly begins to fly down the path towards the forest. Do you follow?
Yes. I keep pace with it. I still hold on to my dagger, clutching it tightly, but I do follow the bird. Every now and then I glance behind me to see if there's anything else following, but I do keep my eyes fixed on the bird for the most part and follow down the path.
Roll me for your last roll for this moment. Roll me a survival check.
+4 on survival. Well, that's not good.
It seems like, at the very least, the crow knows where it's going. But once you sort of leave the field, you start to realize that it's not heading towards a path for the moment. Do you continue to follow the crow?
It's going away from the path. It's no longer heading towards the forest, correct?
It is heading towards the forest. As you reach the forest's edge, you realize there is no path.
Before I enter the forest, can I roll a perception to see if there's anything I can see or hear?
Sure. Roll me perception and then pick which one. Do you want sight or do you want sound?
Perception, and I want sight.
Okay.
It's +4. Perception, sorry.
Okay. Your eyes look into the forest, and immediately what catches your eye, once again, there is no clear path. It's littered in foliage, branches, even fallen trees, decaying stumps. And one other thing catches your eye. Amongst the mud and the rain, you also see a mist-like fog rolling into the forest. But there's something incredibly different about this. This is not a standard, like, normal. Yeah, I mean, you've seen rolling fog, you've seen mist. There's almost a darkness, like a black, inky coloration to this fog. And it seems like the crow is heading towards it.
I'm cautious and I look at the ominous fog and the crow, and I decide that while it might not be a wise decision to follow the crow, I mutter something about my curiosity possibly getting me killed under my breath and continue to follow.
And that is where we will pause you. Rolling back up to go to the initiative.
Funny, where was all this
All right.
where was all this thunder sound whenever it was Branson's turn?
I know, right?
I'm stepping away for a quick second to grab some water.
All good?
Citric,
Yes.
you ready?
That I am.
Citra, could you get a little closer to the mic? You sound a bit far away.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Oh,
Not
you're-
better?
Oh yeah, much better.
Perfect.
You also find yourself in a deep sleep. One thing that I have to clarify before we get started is that you feel almost like you're falling as you sleep. Like that feeling of, once again, you're asleep and you know that you're asleep, but you don't feel the comfort of your own bed. You feel like you're falling backwards.
I try to get myself, to get my bearings to get upright.
Not hard. You stick an arm out. You feel the ground. Oh, that's not a bed. That feels like gravel. Like stone.
I immediately do a quick scan of my surroundings. Like, this is not normal. I was on
First-
my bed last time.
First and foremost, you wake up and that's not your hand.
Nope.
Flesh doesn't look like that. Flesh doesn't move like that. But it's definitely attached to you. That's definitely your body.
He takes a second to look at his hand and like follow it through the arm, and what is it?
That was not the way that it was when you went to bed, buddy. And interestingly enough, as you look at your hand, seems like a piece of gravel got stuck in it.
He would try to remove it, and again trying to study what is it that's happening to him.
It's you. But it's not human-like. And as you remove the gravel from your hand, it reassumes its position, bringing back as if nothing ever happened. You watch as in your other hand, as you hold on this piece of gravel, the indentation in your finger, if you want to call them fingers. It's almost like the gravel itself is slipping, physically going into your physical body.
He will try to shake it off.
You shake it off. It falls to the
Yeah,
ground.
startled.
Yep,
He tried to stand up.
you do. It's a little wobbly at first, but you do. You look around yourself, and sure enough, you're on a gravel road. Like an actual carved off road with, to your right and to your left, there's a little bit of a side, what are they called? That little area of the road where foliage and tree has been removed, and it's just like grass and field and flower. And then on both sides, you see the forest itself.
This place, does it look like anything I've seen before?
No.
And my belongings, are they on me?
Yes, in a manner of speaking.
Yes. Looking at himself, looking at where he is, like, this must be a dream. This, what is this?
You hear the sounds of thunder in the distance, the crack of lightning split across the sky, the rain pattering around you.
He will
In
try
that
to speak
moment.
out loud.
Hmm?
He will try to speak out loud and say, "Hello! Anyone?"
Hello? Anyone? Your voice echoes. And as you hear it echoing further and further multiple times into the atmosphere, I want you to do me a perception check.
Will do. Come on, roll 20. I'm gonna click a second time. Oh. Not.
You good, Citric?
Did it
That's all. Yeah, no, I am clicking. I am.
Oh, that means it's probably frozen for a second.
Yeah, let me refresh.
No
That should
worries.
not be. Let me try again. There we go.
Ooh.
Oh,
Now that
that's
makes
a nat
sense,
one.
though. That makes sense. I will give you this, though. Even with a natural one. I mean, this makes total sense. You are completely overwhelmed. Your body is not your body. It's raining. You should be in bed sleeping. You're in a space that you've never been to before, and As your eyes look over the horizon, you watch as a blue visage, very distorted, hazy, difficult to make out, flashes momentarily on the horizon before vanishing. Then after a few more seconds, that hazy blue visage appears again, this time a little closer, down the road, before vanishing. And then a third.
He will try and take a more defensive stance, and his hand closer to his short sword, and say, "Hello."
Hello? Your own voice echoes. After a moment, I'm gonna wait for the wolf to stop howling. Hello.
How close is that?
Sounds like it's in your ear.
Yeah, he will jump back and try to face whoever just spoke to him.
As you jump back, you smack into something. I'd like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
That's an 11.
You stumble back, catch yourself, turn about face, and you see in front of you a cloaked creature, person, humanoid, with plain clothes, a black cloak, matted brown hair, very, from your very clear understanding, very malnourished, and a hazy blue, almost halo around their body. Hello?
Hi. May I ask who you be?
I'm Adolin.
Hello.
I need help.
I believe we both do. He's still tense and his hand is over near his short sword, but he's trying to give himself composed. What do you need help with?
Save me.
Pardon?
Save me.
I don't think I understand. Save you from what?
Take my hand. Holds her hand out to you.
Can I insight?
Yeah, absolutely.
No. That's better. That's a 13. Not great, but
You see eyes, doe-like pleading. You see the twinge of a frown almost on the verge of crying, and the circles under eyes, exhausted. You see a tremble to the hands, an earnest, desperate reach. Please. I won't do you any harm.
we take a deep breath and take her hand.
Your hand goes through her hand, as if it is made of mist. A black, faded cloud vanishes and reappears as her hand materializes in front of you. I need help. I'm trapped. This is not me.
He sees the mist. He immediately recoils and takes two steps back. What are you?
Okay. I'm trapped. This is the only way I could reach out.
Reach out from where?
My prison.
Where are you?
In the house? On the hill?
Do I see a house from here?
Roll me a perception check.
Will do. 16. Improving little by little.
You don't. It's just endless road and endless trees. You see endless sky and endless rain.
Also, looking at the sky now, I would assume it will strike me as really odd considering the plane he comes from. Like,
Yep.
The sky is empty.
Yep.
So here again, where am I? What is this? And what happened to my body?
I don't know. Probably whatever imprisoned me may have turned you into that.
I don't see any house.
I can take you there. Follow me. And once again, the form turns into a misty black ball of smoke that proceeds to dart down the road. Do you follow it?
Like once again, like seeing the mist, a chill runs down his spine. Well, what should be a spine, and he's trembling a little. It takes a moment for him to collect himself, grip the hilt of his short sword, and start walking.
And that is where we will pause you. Last but not least, are you ready?
I am ready.
Yee.
You also, like the others, find yourself in a lulled sleep. But it's odd. There's a moment where you feel a sense of swaying, almost like you're on a ship. The sense of wind. And then it feels like your body is thrust forward and like you've smacked directly into something. And then all sensations stop. You hear the sounds of thunder in your ear. As you continue to lie there, you begin to feel the sensation of rain on your back. And it dawns on you. You're on your stomach. You didn't fall asleep on your stomach.
He'll slowly try to gather himself, see if he has any of his possessions on him.
You do. You're covered in mud, by the way. It's quite terrible. Seems like you had been laying in mud, however you got there. You definitely weren't there to begin with. Your belongings are on you. Your hat. It's kind of ironic. Your hat. I'm assuming you have a hat. Your hat
Yes.
was placed almost so gently. It was like it was placed on your back.
Does he still hear thunder, or was that simply something he was dreaming?
Oh, absolutely. You hear thunder, and a crack of lightning pierces the sky.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Hello? Is anyone there? Your voice echoes.
Master, where am I? he will kind of try to get to his feet and gather his belongings, trying to investigate potentially where he is, see if
Roll
there's
me.
any landmarks that he can recognize.
For sure. Roll me a perception check.
22.
22. It's very easy to tell where you are. You've seen a number of these giant, well, let's be real, they're multi-shaped. There are multiple of them. Rocks. They seem to be carved, lined in rows, about 2 to 3 feet apart, and spaced with an additional 5 or 6 feet between rows. Some of them have very giant sculptures sitting beside them. Some of them have nothing. Some of them are no larger than the size of a say, for the sake of things to keep it easy, a watermelon or like a small pillow.
Okay.
While others span as large as 2 feet by 4 feet tall.
And none of this seems familiar to him?
Well, you definitely didn't go to sleep in a graveyard.
Oh. Hi. He's gonna kind of pinch himself to see if he's still alive.
You pinch yourself. That definitely smarts. Take 1 point of damage.
He's gonna quickly, from the flashes of lightning and the thunderous call that creates from them, he's gonna try and find some sort of cover outside the cemetery or graveyard that he's in.
Roll me another perception check.
21.
You're doing really well. Interestingly, the first thing that you see is a mausoleum with its doors shut and what appears to be a set of stairs leading up to it.
All right. He'll try to head towards the mausoleum as it might have a bit of cover or at least line of sight, being slightly elevated. And he'll equip his rapier, assuming he has it, just out of fear.
Yep. And this is a mausoleum that has like a little bit of I'm blanking on the word, but there's an extension to the front of it, so that gives you kind of like that little bit of cover with
Awning.
a few columns that are holding it up. They're very nice, very lovely. And your eyes lay sight to a handful of angel statues that seem to be perched up top of the roof. And before you go underneath, it does strike you as odd as all of their faces are broken off.
Is it raining?
Oh,
at all?
it's pouring.
It's pouring. Okay. Can he see the moon at all, or is he see any time of day? Does he get any glance?
It's too cloudy. It's dark.
Okay. Kind of trying to adjust his eyes to be able to pierce what he can of the rain. He's going to try and take shelter under some sort of cover from the rain and look around the graveyard for any landmarks or any sort of life that isn't just still and dead at this point.
Your eyes meet with that of a crow. Sat perched upon one of the tombstones, sitting in the rain, and it's staring back at you.
Can you understand me, perchance.
Roll me animal handling.
Oh my god. 7.
It tilts its head at you.
Still taken aback at the strange place. He'll kind of tilt his head the same direction to see if he can try and communicate.
It tilts its head in the opposite direction.
Somewhat confused, he'll do the same.
Just crows at you. I'm hoping my mic is picking that up.
Oh, yeah. He'll kind of clear any mud off of his hat, or at least from the underside of it.
There's no mud on your hat. It's just on the front of your body and on your face.
Well, fair enough. He will take a step out to try and clear some of the mud from him using the rain, adjust his hat accordingly, and slowly approach. You said it was a crow, right?
Yep, it's a crow. It hops on the tombstone that it's on, flies a little ways, and then lands on one closer to you, as if it's approaching.
I do not know if you understand me, but you seem to be the first thing that is living that has at least met my eyes. Where am I?
And it flies, it takes up, flaps a few times before starting to fly down what you now notice is the central road of the graveyard and heading towards the Iron Gates. Do you follow?
Kind of taking a breath and thinking to himself, well, crows are rarely a sign of good things to come, but neither are people of my lineage. He'll try to muster up some courage, still kind of bouncing and recoiling at every crack of thunder, and kind of slinking from cover to cover will move to follow the crow.
The crow weaves between the iron gates that are creaking, one swinging open. You now notice it's unlocked before it, with the wind, before it closes a little bit more, slamming almost shut. It's not locked.
All right, he'll move over and slightly attempt to push the gate open further.
Push it open with ease. The crow seems to be flapping in place, waiting for you.
He'll take a few steps outside, kind of putting his rapier to his side, not in an aggressive tone, but still having it at the ready.
You continue to follow this crow. It leads you down a gravel road for a while. In fact, all four of you following your escort for a while before eventually the four of you, two of you reaching out, exiting from the forest clearing on either side of the road, two of you emerging from separate paths that merge into one. As the four of you find yourselves led to the same place. And sure enough, four of you, after noticing each other, see what appears to be a two-story house, a Victorian house, sitting at the top of a hill where this gravel road apparently leads to. Razvan, you notice that the giant cemetery that you had been walking from actually seems to encompass from behind this house for miles.
And he sees the three other people.
Well, The first to emerge, Branson, why don't you describe yourself?
Okay, well, first of all, you immediately see someone who is completely on edge. They have a weapon. They are brandishing a very specific type of axe. For those who want to look it up either in the future on YouTube or if you guys want to Google it while we're playing, he is brandishing a Sagaris type axe, which is an axe with a specifically type of wedged head and a pick behind it, like almost like a pickaxe. He's covered in what seems to be like just basic commoner's clothes that he has attached different bits of armor to, apparently more have a sense of probably movement. And you can't really tell what race they are, but you know they're not human because you can see the reflectiveness of their eyes, because with his hood pulled up, he literally looks like a cobra with the two eyes on either side of the hood. But yeah, he is coming out, and he is already like, I would say from my point of view as him, he is already like clocking each single one of you as they appear, and you could possibly, if you insight him, find out what he is thinking just by body language.
I think my character's a little too scared at moment to make necessarily an insight.
Fair enough. But
Your
yeah.
eyes then fall upon, well, Onyx. Would you like to describe yourself?
Yes. So, Onyx is a tabaxi, which is feline humanoid. She is about 4.5 feet tall. She is panicked. You can see that from her breathing and her eyes that she is fearful. She is gripping the hilt of a dagger and holding it close to her chest. Despite her fear, she does have a glare because she'd rather appear angry than scared. Her fur is almost entirely gray with patches of black and white from where you can see it. She's wearing a tunic with pants that have daggers on either side, or at least one of them has, just room for a dagger, the one that she's clutching in her hand. She has a hood, a cloak with a hood. It's not pulled up all the way covering her face, but just her ears. There's a scar above her left eye, and she is rapidly glancing at everyone who's around her, but doesn't speak and doesn't say anything. She just observes with a glare.
And then finally, your eyes fall upon, well, small Lumphrey standing next to you.
Yeah, what
Describe
you see
yourself if you would like.
What you see is a tiny gelatinous creature standing barely 3 feet tall. Very bright colors, predominantly like bright orange, but like going to a very, not a clean gradient, but to a magenta and then a cyan color. He's walking very like laboriously. You see him like wobbling with every footstep he takes. It's not graceful. He's wearing a tiny cape and a bowler hat. You also see him carrying a short sword. And he just looks up to all three of you.
And finally, the three of you lay eyes on to, if you would like to describe yourself.
Sure. Ahead of you, you'll see somebody kind of slinking. They're obviously pretty tall and slender, but their features of skin that you can see in the darkened area that we might be in are kind of a pallid grayish white, almost as though they're undead. Their lips are kind of a cold clayish blue, as well as they seem to have a darkened freckled face. Some of their eye makeup has clearly been ruined by the rain, but they are covered in a darkened leather and kind of billowy red and white striped clothing, with a rapier out, not pointed towards you, but just kind of at the ready, kind of looking up towards the group. You can obviously see signs of fear and confusion and somewhat sedated panic, and with each roll of thunder, he kind of responds and recoils a little bit at the noise. But looking up towards the group, who are you?
Before I attempt to answer, I want to just get this out of the way. Branson is immediately making note of the color of his lantern because it is out.
That's a great question. I have to look at something. Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds.
Go right
If
ahead.
it assists, technically my character is not undead.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
That's kind of why I
I had
took
a
this
feeling.
item. That's literally why I took this item, Zan.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes total sense.
So with that said, because you're not technically undead, there technically is no change to your lantern.
You're gonna see still very tense, but Branson is just going to like bark out, "Identify yourselves."
Clearly, none of us seem to know each other. I am Razvan Fleur. I do not know where I am or how I found myself to be here. But I mean you no harm, assuming that you do not intend to cause me at first.
He'll turn to Onyx.
I'm Onyx. And I don't know how I got here either. And I don't trust any of you. And she grabs her dagger's hilt even tighter.
You'll see like I'm gonna do this because this is something me and Sarah do all the time. The very Midwestern, just slight acknowledgement of something being said nod. And then he just turns over. And then he's gonna pull a thing out of the, Crow's book, tilt his head slightly, and with a less confident. And you? At, your boy, Citric.
You see him, the short sword he's carrying, he's using it almost like a cane. He tries to shift his weight and to stand like as straight as possible. I have no idea who I am, where I am. As what is going on here, I would appreciate if any of you would enlighten me. But for your question, my name is Humphrey.
I am Branson. I hunt undead.
I see. Well, it would seem that it is quite fortuitous for us that we are in a graveyard. Hopefully your skills will not be needed, but appreciated to have. Nonetheless, I woke up here. I think I have no memory of arriving here. Does anyone else know anything more than that?
I know I followed a
was-
crow here. Did anyone else see the crow? There's something not quite right with it.
I was following a lady. A smoke lady, I suppose. Question for everyone. Are those your bodies?
What?
do you mean?
Great. Never mind.
Razvan is trying to take the situation as seriously and as important as possible, looking towards Branson and Onyx, but he keeps double and triple taking towards Humphrey, not sure what he's looking at, and then looking back towards the rest of the group.
So, Saris, because of my backstory, would it be hard for Branson to extrapolate kind of what happened, especially since you specifically said to him he felt the sensation of mist?
Roll me a wisdom check.
Oh boy. That's an 8.
You aren't sure. Could be, but it also could not, very well not be.
have a theory.
You've only ever heard of, for clarification, you've only ever heard of rolling mist, like fog, but not rain. You know, you believe thunder and rain to be associated with something else entirely.
Mm-hmm. I have a theory, but I cannot prove it yet. All I know is I was brought here by some form of... not a specter, but your talk of a smoke woman.
You mean me?
Immediately turning around halfway to a swing.
You all hear that, and if your attention is averted, drawn towards the voice, you will see that same woman that I described, with a crow perched on her shoulder.
Clearly you have received all of our names. Would you be so gracious as to tell us yours?
Adolin.
You said you needed help.
I do.
Did you bring us here?
I did.
I am not one to turn away the nature of someone in need, but why did you bring us here?
I'm trapped. I can't escape.
Escape? Escape from where?
Turns over her own shoulder and points to the house on the hill.
Who or what is holding you prisoner?
I can't say. I'm not allowed to say. But I need your help. I can't get out myself.
Who would do such a thing? To hold someone against such wills you cannot even identify one's captor? If you help us find a way to you, I, at the very least, cannot speak for the rest of who you brought here, but I am willing to try and help you. All I ask in return, if able, is that you return each of us back to where we came.
Of course. Of course. Yes, anything to help you. Anything.
God, screaming to Insight, but Razvan is not in the headspace to do so.
Saris,
Uh-huh.
given that you know I have my little black book, you'll see him very slowly sheath his axe and pull out a small battered book full of like little tabs. And he's just gonna flip through. Is there any way I could figure out something like this from my limited times dealing with very specialized undead?
Roll me a history check. With advantage.
Why, thank you. That's a 15.
Not necessarily. You know that various types of undead have the ability to... They have the ability to utilize magic. Some of them have the ability to whisk in and out of the ethereal plane. You've never heard of an undead who has maintained an incorporeal form away from its, shall we say, own actual body? That's new. That's very new.
Alright, well, Branson will be like, alright, fine, if it would let me get back to my work. And you just watch him as he pulls down his hood, and you'll see now, what some of you might recognize, I'm not sure about what settings you're from, a Yon tea, but I flavor mine a little bit different. So he has very, like, wispy, kind of like, shaved both sides, but just kind of willowy, like platinum blonde hair, and from his eyes down his jaw, following down like the curves of his neck, is a line of very like sharp, almost angled out red scales, and slight bit of fangage. As he is just now crossing his arms and looking to the rest of all of you.
kind of looking towards Onyx, get their reaction.
Onyx seems less panicked when she hears Adeline say anything. She's now more curious. Her expectation of a reward is slowly overruling her initial fear. Anything? She asks.
Anything.
And now she cautiously looks around at the rest of the party to see how they're responding.
Seeing Bronson and Onyx less guarded, almost empathically, Razvan will put away his rapier, someone realizing the situation isn't as immediately dire as he may have feared, and then kind of looks towards Humphrey, like to gauge some form of reaction to what's going on.
He's looking at everyone, looking at Aileen.
Can we tell?
She also puts her weapon back.
Can we tell where he's looking?
He has the 2 ears, so you have an idea of where the head is pointing.
So it's like kind of cartoony, where like the whole like top of the body moves around to look.
Kinda.
Well, no,
Okay.
I've got the best explanation for this, and it's thanks to some of our mutual friends, Zai, because I showed them Citrix's design beforehand, and they said they remind them of the gummy bear from Robot Chicken.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
So yeah, that kind of movement is what I'm picturing in my head.
Well, Razvan is no stranger to meeting strange characters upon his travels. We'll kind of look around. Look, I don't feel confident speaking for the rest of you, as we've all just met, and I'm sorry, what did you say your name was again? Looking towards you, Onyx.
Onyx. And at this point, she's standing upright, her arms crossed, her weapons away. My name's Onyx.
Right, Onyx, I share your sentiment of not necessarily finding trust so easily in such a strange place especially, but I doubt we have much choice but to try and help this, you, Adeline. At the very least, we might find out more as to what's going on here.
Our options is either that or just wandering around aimlessly.
I have heard stories of places like this, places that defy the understanding of one's mind and memory. I do not think it wise to wander without knowing some place as to where we're meant to go.
Also, Saris, can I ask just one question, just for Branson's sake? He's used to when things get especially weird or something like needs to be done, he hears from the voice. Has he heard it all from the voice, especially considering how stormy it is?
Great question. Give me a second. You do not see any signs that match what you know to look for.
Alright, well then, at that point he'll just be like, alright, well, let us go find whatever is holding her against her will and kill it. And he's just going to start walking up towards the house on the hill.
That person of action. I suppose we should follow.
Humphrey looks at the group. I believe we have not much other choice. Yes, I will follow.
Onyx trails. Onyx also follows, but make sure that she's all the way in the back, just because she's still uncertain as to whether to trust this group.
Again, Humphrey, for his part, you can see like he doesn't look like he's used to walking. He's just wobbling a lot.
The path leads you closer to this house, and you do get a better sense of what it looks like. It seems incredibly in ill repair, as you notice very, very, very clear signs of decay, such as shingles on the roof or the equivalent falling off. You notice a window, one of those wooden, I guess the window covers. I'm blanking on the term, but you know those
Blinds?
like in those older houses. Well, you know, in older houses when they had like the doors, kind of they would open.
Oh, shutters.
Oh, yes, the shutters. Thank you. One of the shutters is like hanging off at like a weird angle, and you can clearly see like the wood is rotting. You notice that this particular house has an incredibly large porch, like a roofed porch that the path directly leads up to. As I mentioned, behind the house, surrounding the bottom of the hill, you notice this wide, expansive graveyard immediately catching your eye. And another thing that you do notice is that there seems to be, of course, the stone chimney that towers up, but at its top, several of these stones have actually fallen to the ground below, and there's no sign of smoke coming out of the chimney. As you approach, Adolin looks to all of you and says, "Unfortunately, this is where I can no longer meet you in this way. I can still do my best to stay with you and guide you, but," as she whisks again into a smoky form, I am limited."
Branson.
If you are...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, God.
No, you.
If you are being held against your will, then there is... we will get to the bottom of this and free you if we can. Or at least I will.
Meanwhile, Branson just walked right past them, and is just... I will say this also, just because it kind of, depending on, since I know we're all from different settings, if anyone knows what Yanti are from their setting, you would know Branson has dark vision, so the fact that he's using this lantern is kind of strange, but he is still monitoring the color of it the closer and closer we get to this house.
Okay.
One of you said you had stories about places like this. Care to share one?
If we can get out of the rain, I will gladly share with you whatever knowledge that would be relevant.
Onyx nods.
I am curious, if you don't mind, how long have you all been here? For my part, I have just woken up in this place.
For my end, the sentiment is similar. It is rather difficult to tell the time of day here, but I believe I had just woken up and not too long after discovered you.
About how long was Branson following the smoke on edge?
I would say not like a long time, but not too terribly long. Each of you were probably walking around for a solid 30 minutes.
Roughly half an hour, 20 minutes on the outside.
How about you, Mrs. Onyx, I believe is your name?
Yes, just like everyone else here, I haven't been here long. It feels like it could have been hours. But I too just woke up here.
Let us see if we can progress into this house upon the hill. Maybe we'll have more answers there.
I sure will hope that be the case, yes.
I agree.
Branson is still just walking until he gets up on this porch.
You take a step upon the stairs, and I would like for you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy, I'm great at those.
The second step crunches and your foot falls through as the rotten wood just snaps underneath your foot.
He'll just go, "Argh!" And then he is just going to start just trying to push himself from the using the next step as a surface to get himself out of the broken stair.
You do. You emerge onto the porch. The floorboards creak under your feet, and you see its boards covered with dead vines and bugs swarming, critters lurking, skittering across.
Given how he just saw the state of the wood on the outside, he would want to probably do a quick check to see if there's any like open or broken windows to find out how much weather damage would have gotten into the house as well.
Roll me a perception check.
Why, I would love to, thank you. 15.
Yeah, from the looks of things, it's very easy to tell that this house is incredibly decrepit, and it's borders on being condemned at this point. You realize as you look inside the windows that the curtains on the inside are in tatters, and again, any sort of wood around the frames, the window frames, the window sills and whatnot are worse for wear.
Alright, Branson will just look back to everyone. Be careful where you step. There will be no safe footing inside this place.
Duly noted.
This place certainly looks like it has seen better days.
Well, Brunson, if you seem better equipped to take the lead, but if I could advise, or rather share some words of hopefully encouragement, there is a reason that we have been brought all here, and though that might be obscured by even the very mists that surround us ourselves, understand that we have power here to make change. If we didn't, we would not be here. I understand that might offer a little solace, as we just met, but hopefully that encouraged some form of power. And he will use Bardic Inspiration on you, Bronson.
Oh, thank you. But he probably won't notice that. Instead, he is literally just going to be like, give you a... The best way I can describe it, which is kind of... I know Saris will get a kick out of this because we're doing Gothic horror. He will just turn to you and just give you a queer look, not really parsing any of what you just said, and then he's just going to walk up towards the door and see if it's locked.
I don't believe... Yeah, you go up to the doorknob. Even as you, try to grab the knob itself, it sort of creaks and cracks a little bit, and with even, the smallest jostle, the door opens.
Branson will step in, and let me see what I actually have prepared.
In the meantime, while you're taking a quick peek, what are the other three of you doing?
Onyx at this time is now, after seeing Branson almost fall, is standing on her tiptoes, using her more cat-like agility to make sure she doesn't fall. And she nimbly follows behind him, taking the same or a similar path he did, but avoiding the space that he almost fell in.
Sorry, is Onyx wearing boots or shoes, or is she freebiening?
She's not wearing shoes, no.
Okay.
I love the term freebiening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. She is trying to stand up even higher on her tiptoes, being only 4.5 feet tall, to try to peer into the door that Branson just cracked open. She also has night vision if everyone wasn't aware. So even if it's dark, wouldn't matter.
Well, Branson also has open a actual lantern, so if he's at the front...
Yeah, so, okay, there's... Yes. That helps.
To anyone
But,
who might notice, when the lantern is struck, you'll notice Razvan's eyes forming almost predatory bestial slits before he kind of shakes it away, kind of showing you that he also has dark vision.
I'm pretty sure three-fourths of the party have slitted eyes.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess because he sees us as this is just a quick one and done. Yep, I'm going to spend one more spell slot as you watch as his eyes become more slitted now, but also he sticks out his tongue, and you'll notice for people who are piercing enthusiasts or know people like that, he has the bifurcated like normal human tongue, and he just kind of like lets it flick out for a little bit as I cast Detect Magic.
Oh.
Sorry, my internet
Interesting.
my internet cut for a second there.
You're good. What is Humphrey doing?
He's looking at it, like looking at Branson getting to the house. He has not yet set foot on the stairs, trying to assess what's going on, and since he's taking the lead, he is not getting in his way.
Checking my notes really quickly. Give me just a second.
Oh no, totally fine.
Cool. Actually, I hate to cut the suspense here, but I think with where we're at, this is actually a good place to call for a halftime break.
Sounds good.
Completely fair.
Neato.
I'm also already loving this like tense but quickly acclimating party dynamic.
We're all a bunch of weirdos, so it makes sense none of us would be sticks in the mud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also my character.
also,
Go ahead, Sheila.
I need to learn how to do all of the rolls the way everyone else is doing. I've never used Roll20
Oh,
before.
yeah,
This
no,
is my first time.
I was actually gonna wait for the break to tell you, because I didn't want to just break the
Okay,
flow.
perfect.
So, do you have your character sheet open, the one in Roll20?
No.
Ah,
Know how to do anything here.
Well,
That
post
would be the
session,
first step.
yeah, post session we can easily help you like translate all the information onto a character
Yeah,
sheet.
but-
It's no big
Okay.
deal.
And
Yes,
we
I have a
always have
physical
the-
character.
no, you're fine, and we always have the option of screen sharing, so we can like, if needed be, we can guide you step by step on how to operate the sheet. So
Yeah.
that's perfectly fine.
but like
Yeah,
first,
the,
Okay, thank
easiest,
the way you're doing it
Go ahead.
is fine for now, but yeah, it would be easier for you just to click stuff, I imagine.
yeah, I will.
Yeah,
I will
because
Yeah.
it helps you, especially for stuff like combat. It helps you automate spells and attack and damage and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Sorry, were you gonna say burnout?
I was just gonna say, so you see the third tab over on where all of our rolls are being done at the top, the little like front face of a book before the 3 books.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the journal, yeah.
Yeah, the
So
journal.
next to the journal, there's a
Okay,
companion. Oh yeah, journal,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, click the journal. That should take you to your sheet. You should. I'm pretty sure Sarah sat down with you and helped you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
that.
see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I have 3 things opened up. It says use the charactermancer, create an NPC, edit sheet directly. I'm guessing I go to edit sheet directly.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So first, just set all your stats because that'll help automatically set your sheet up.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like all of my stats are set. Good.
Okay. Good. All right. Then do you
Um,
have your proficiencies clicked for saving throws and your skills? There will be a blue check mark to show that they are clicked.
The
Yes.
blue check mark is
My
for the
saving throws
proficiencies.
are not my skills, but
That's easy to fix.
saving throws are. Yes.
So just click on the skills that you have proficiency in. And I also know you have an expertise, but we'll save that for a second because that's a slightly more complicated thing. So just click all the ones you got
Okay.
the proficiency in.
Okay, I think that's everything.
All right, now
Awesome.
just for the sake of ease to show you how it goes, just click one. Just go over, hover your mouse. It'll be red on the skill, like when you go over the text of like say Arcana,
Mm-hmm.
and then just click,
Okay.
and then that'll roll it for you, and it'll take in all of your
Yeah.
pluses and everything.
Oh, okay. So how do so every time I clicked on one of these, it automatically just put in +2, but in some cases I have a +7 or a +4.
Okay,
So how would I change that?
that is factored in by if you blue check mark them, that'll add in the stats. Again, I'm not sure if you made the stats match
No, the
whatever physical character sheet you have.
blue check mark is for the for proficiencies,
Mhm.
and that will add your proficiency by default, and you have your proficiency bonus by level. Right now, we all should have a +2, and all of the stuff that we have check marked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can basically roll any single stat, whether or not you have a proficiency bonus on it or not. The difference is like you will have a better number.
Yeah, and if you just want to see like how to interact, anything that like for saving throws, base stat checks, and for skills, if it's red, you can click on it and it'll automatically roll and factor in all of the numbers.
Yes. Just as for a test run, go ahead and click any of your skills and see how it goes. It should automatically add. Like we're not playing right now. We just to see
Yeah, I'll just try like a submit. Okay, so it says
Yeah.
public role.
There you go.
Okay, I hit submit.
Yep. And
There you go. You see, you had your roll, and down it says acrobatics 6. That's your bonus to acrobatics, and that is added
Oh,
automatically to the number you have.
okay.
now,
Yes.
So you rolled a 15, because it is taking already that 6 into account.
and if you also ever want to check your roll, you can hover your mouse over the number, and it'll show you that you rolled a 15 +2 for proficiency +4, like it's showing up on the recording I'm doing.
Uh,
Yeah.
Now, just for sake, because I know you're a rogue, so you get expertise. Go up to scroll up near the top where it's got all of the like name stuff, and you see core, bio, and spell.
yes.
Then click that little wheel.
The cogwheel. Yeah.
Like the okay.
All right. Then you scroll down. It's going to be in the center column, all the way to the bottom.
Yes.
And then you see there's your skills. If you click on that little normal, it'll bring down a thing that says expertise. Whatever you took expertise in, just select that, and then you are set for skills.
So the middle column, all the way at the bottom, where it says Jack of all trades, for me it says skill options. Do I click on skill options?
Listen,
No, you have the skills, and on the left of skills, it
Oh,
will say
okay.
normal. Yeah, click on that normal, and it will give a drop down, and you have the expertise option.
So yeah, so whatever you put,
Oh,
whatever
okay.
you took expertise in, just select that skill, click the normal, and then just select expertise, and then it'll factor that in as well to give you the proper bonus. At this point, I now want to send into Roll20 and ask for a sponsorship because we're literally teaching a course. I need the money! I'm a millennial in 2024. The struggle is real.
Wait, are you the one, do you make money as a DM? You said you work as a DM, right?
No, that's Zan.
Zan does.
That's Zan.
Yes.
Very cool job.
Very weird job.
Yeah. I occasionally make money on Twitch, but I'm an affiliate, which means that I am with 100,000 other people who barely gets half of whatever people donate to us because they actually want to see more content.
I live in a place where like doing this as a profession is actually like possible. A lot of places that don't have nearly as many people living there, let alone nearly many people that like live entertainment. It's not really as much of a possibility unless you do it entirely online, which is possible. It's just difficult.
I mean, also,
Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't affiliated yourself with that like Find a Game website.
Because it's because I've been very busy in real life. I've been very fortunate, but I mean, before the pandemic, I was running 8 sessions a week from all different groups, and I was like happy to do like the 4-hour block periods, but when the pandemic hit, I was like struggling to find out like what online groups I was going to be doing, what like private groups I was going to be doing. And I've hit a good workflow now, but now that things are opening up a bit more, I'm getting events again, which are a good bit. Like that's how you get a lot of money doing this, is like doing bachelor parties or birthday parties or bar mitzvahs, stuff like that. So like you commit a full like big weekend to it, just to have like a big mini campaign.
Oh yeah,
Those are starting to open up again, and that's where you get a lot of the money from, like your yearly income doing this.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
But yeah, that should be
Yeah.
it. For the sake of just making things simple, what are your weapons?
I
Sounds
have
like-
a rapier, bow and arrows, and 2 daggers.
Okay. Do you know what type of bow you have? Is it a long or short?
I think the rogue starts to the short bow.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's a short bow.
Okay, so we're gonna make this easy because luckily Saris has put a lot of work in, has a lot of the books in Roll20. So go to the next tab over, the 3 books, and click it.
Which is
On the right side.
compendium.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
So
there's
top
Okay.
right of roll 20.
Oh, okay, the 3 books.
Yeah.
The one next to
Yeah,
it?
and
no, just the 3 books.
Oh, okay.
And you see how it scrolls down, it gets
Items?
start here. Yeah, go to items, and then literally just scroll down. They're all in alphabetical order. You can drag and drop the item into your sheet, and it will then add in all of your stats. So that way you can then just click that item on the sheet, and it will roll for you.
Oh,
Though,
also you
if
can
you,
search. You can
also yeah,
search by
if you
item.
type in just
there's an
short bow,
easier way,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, you just type in
Okay.
short bow, and then you just drag it over to your character sheet, and it'll do everything for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
do those 3 real quick, and then I just thought of something that we probably like would want to check, because you are a rogue. I know there is a way for sneak attack to be automatically like factored in as just a roll, but we gotta first get these weapons sorted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate you all helping.
Of
I,
course.
I realized I needed to grab some food.
You're totally
Many hands
fine.
makes light work.
Like we are already enjoying this group, and we're just trying to make stuff easier for Sheila, so it's all good.
Totally, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying it.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool that they have like dagger +2 already, so I don't have to type in.
Oh no, dagger. You want just regular dagger? +2 would be a magical
Oh, okay. I
item.
assumed +2 would mean just 2 daggers. Okay, I was wrong. How
Oh,
do
no,
I remove some?
Plus 2 would
I
mean it's a
Okay.
magical enchantment of +2.
If you
Okay.
want to remove it,
Oh,
go
here.
back.
I got it.
I love
I
the
got
rogue
it out
coming
by
and being
thing.
like, "All right, guys, look at my magical weapon. I'm level 3, but I have a +2."
I mean, I was
Okay,
almost in
yep.
a series where I was given +4 magic items, and I had no limit on rarity aside from it not being an artifact. So yeah, I decked that boy out.
Okay, wait. I'm going to need help removing it.
Okay,
I
okay,
just typed
it's
in
very
0 to try to get rid of it.
no,
and
it's
still
very
there.
easy. So it's on your sheet now, okay?
Yes.
So that's the only one you have on your sheet, right?
I have short bow.
Okay, well then just go down, but under those 2 items, you see that little lock?
Yes.
Click it, and then you'll see that there's a little number sign that's red. On
Yes.
the +2 dagger, just click that, it'll delete it.
Oh, it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And now just get a regular dagger, and then a rapier, and you're good. Though, let me know, because there's one last, like, just quality of life thing that will make things easier that I will walk you through real quick.
And be sure to re-click that lock so that you can click on the stuff
Yeah.
Oh,
when you're
okay.
done.
I forgot how many arrows I had in my quiver, but I feel like it was 20.
That one you can just lower on your sheet. You have like
Got
an inventory where it says item name. You can just, as you're pulling this in, it's automatically filling that out as well. And then you just go over to the little side, and you can just manually type in like 20 on the left hand side.
But the rogue starter equipment is 20 arrows. You're correct.
Also, Zan, I want to just, since I know you do so many things, can I talk about the fact that I keep rolling characters that are cursed to have the Haunted One background, and now I have just accepted I will always play characters who only start with a single silver piece?
There you go. I was thinking about taking Haunted One as well, but then I was like, I have a feeling someone else is going to take it. I'll take something that I've never seen anyone take before, which is Entertainer, and then Onyx has it as well. Totally fine. It makes total sense.
Well, and for this setting, if I'm going to be transparent, for the setting, both of you having Entertainer is going to be a boon.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Good.
Okay, so now that that's done, let's see here. Did it do? Oh, yeah. It'll be right near the top. So you see classes?
Well, let me go back up. Yes. That's already filled in. My class and subclass is filled in.
True, but sometimes this is just a thing to make the sheet work better. Just go down just go down to Rogue, drag and drop, and then you should have a sneak attack option.
Oh, so this is not just on the class tab on my character sheet, correct?
Yeah, no.
No, so go back to the search function in the compendium, yeah.
Just type in Rogue, and it'll give you it'll give you a tab. You just drag that over, and then that'll just it'll auto fill in a bunch of stuff on your sheet for you.
Oh, I see it. Okay, that's excellent. Okay.
That is very helpful.
Again, we all shit on Roll20, but when DMs, players, and everything are all in the right spot, it is actually a good tool, which is why we still use it. Because otherwise we'd be cursed with Fantasy Grounds, and that is a special kind of hell.
No, this is just, it is so different from anything I've used. Like, I have a character sheet journal, and it's like every time I play D&D, it's been handwritten. Like, I have a record of all of my characters handwritten on my sheet. So this is very new.
Trust me, Sheila, the biggest thing I had to give up when I started like streaming D&D regularly is the fact I was the note gremlin. Like, I was writing everything in my notebook, but because it's online, I would have to probably like type it up in like a notes tab that we have in our Discord. And mics hate whenever you type. They want to make sure everyone knows you're typing. And so I just couldn't do it. So I've had to become I have to remember it all while drinking.
I got they usually use a mechanical keyboard. Just I'm annoying like that, I guess. But I have like a soft keyboard, so it's not mechanical, just for note taking during RP.
Yeah, I'm using an ancient laptop that I am very proud of for not having given up. It has carried me through several degrees and has, like, I graduated using this laptop like 2 years ago, and it's still kicking.
A veteran to machine spirit.
I cheat. I have Google Docs on my phone.
Hey, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
And so if I'm note taking, and I need to have note or on the DM side, if I need to have the screen in front of me, but I need to keep the screen in front of me and I need to have another tab up at the same time, I pull my phone out.
Oh yeah, no, like so you remember when I was talking to you about finally naming that character for that other game with the Chilta Personality Crew? Immediately, as soon as I decided what their name was, I had to pull up in the parking lot. Since I'm a professional driver, I could do it while I'm driving because I spent the better part of the last 5 years learning how to text and drive while commercially drive. But I'm typing up in a notepad this character's name, which is aggressively German and Austrian, and so I'm having to switch back and forth between the Wikipedia article that I needed to know how to spell these two very, like, European names. So I literally just have a single tab in my notepad that just says, Pray the Cots Osles. There's nothing in there. The title is the note.
We love a hyperfixation.
Oh, yeah. And Citric is the only person who knows why I picked that because of a very specific YouTube poll. Though, Citric, you might want to switch your mic again. You're sounding kind of far away. Like, it hasn't been too bad. It's still intelligible. It's just, you know how mics are.
Yeah, no, don't worry.
Yeah.
All right. Are we
Just give me.
Good to continue.
I will be right back. As always, I'm the fastest peeing man on Twitch, so it'll be like.
You're good.
Yeah.
Is there a competition? Like, is that certified? Does anyone go to your house and watch you pee?
Yeah, they have a Guinness World Record officiant there.
With a chronometer and everything. It's like...
That's where most of his money actually goes, is just to making sure that person's on staff.
Yeah, just to keep the record. Like speed running on the P category, like any percent, it's like really competitive.
You know what I really hate?
What's up?
You know what I really hate? So, really quickly.
Also,
No, it's I'm composing myself because I have to come to terms with the fact that this is part of my job now. So as of last Wednesday, I am officially certified to administer a Department of Transportation related drug screenings.
Let's go.
And this is relevant to the point of World's Fastest Peer. They actually tell us during the training what the estimated time is for someone to have used the restroom without tampering or adulterating it. And they have told us, literally, with citations from academic articles, how long a person is legally allowed and scientifically allowed to have what they call the shy bladder protocol before you have to get a doctor involved.
You hear that, Burnout? Are you taking illegal peas?
Oh no. Let me put it this way: as somebody who drinks basically every night, I know that I can literally walk in and say, it has been enough time that there is no alcohol left in my system. Now, if you come up to me after 6:30, I'll be like, okay, now this test is going to be, like, bad. Also, Saris, I just sent you the answer to that question you sent me earlier. I see you already saw it.
Yep. If we are good to go, shall we continue?
I would love to.
Let us.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. My kitten has now joined.
Aww.
Good.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
welcome, kitten.
Session improved.
Let's go with... Let me double check something really quickly.
Oh, while you double check, I've got something fun that I can actually say.
Sure.
So now, this is something that Citrix heard me make this joke before and other times in other games. You're now all on my channel, so there's a chance that the character artist who does all of the art for Saved by the Spell will start watching this, and you will then find that someone has made aggressively sexy-eyed fan art of your character.
Oh no.
I love you, Flustered Bun, but come on. Why does everything you draw have bedroom eyes?
They know what they like.
You know, here's the challenge because my guy has no face.
Listen,
They got bedroom.
the internet will make it
I'm
happen.
already trying to picture a sexy blob.
I just
Listen,
know.
I've been on Tumblr.
The second you said sexy blob, I imagined like a blob doing the pose that you always see on truck flaps.
Damn,
My
that
first-
is a deeply American thing to know.
The only thing I'm going to say to that is that Tumblr exists and so does Flubber. Anyway, are we ready to go?
Yes.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm sending an unsolicited cat pic.
Perfect.
There you go.
You open the door. I know Detect Magic is up. You've opened the door.
Mhm.
The first thing that you notice is a musty smell that wafts into your nostrils.
And the worst part is it's also on my tongue.
Mm-hmm. Your eyes fall upon peeling, flaking wallpaper, just etching off of the walls. You notice the remains of a curving staircase rising from the cracked tile floor to an above balcony, of which both appear to be collapsed. I'm going to adjust my volume very quickly. That was a little loud.
Okay, that's good.
There we go. I was like, it started picking up and I was like, that is loud. Hang on.
It wasn't bad loud, it was just competing with our audio.
Yes, exactly. Above, you notice a darkened chandelier, cobwebs occasionally drifting as the incoming breeze from the rain outside sweeps in. You notice doors, one to the north, one to the east or to your right, and one to the west, to your left, which has been boarded up in its entirety. At the room's center, you see a bronze sculpture of what appears to be an antlered eagle perching atop a marble pedestal with a crack pierced straight through the center.
Well, we have three choices. We have door over here. He motions to the one to the east. Door over here, the one in front of them. And then he goes, the one I'm most likely sure is probably hiding something. And he motions to the boarded door.
It is very common for stories to involve the leftmost path being the most accursed one. But I am willing to trust your intuition and whatever it is that lantern is for.
That lantern was telling me if there's ever a undead within 300 feet of me.
Oh, that is quite useful.
Yes, it has saved my life, and I have struck down many undead hiding in plain sight. But in my experience, if you don't want something to get out, you board the door. So I would say, instead of it being left, I will just go to this door and I will break it down unless anyone stops me. He literally says as he pulls his axe off his sheath, which is just... I kind of want you to understand that how utilitarian he is. He has two... on one side, he has two L hooks that just hold his axe at the ready, and on the other side of his belt, he has one L hook that has a bunch of very thin, but obviously well-balanced hand axes that obviously are made for throwing.
Real quick, Onyx, is it obvious that, do you have a what is it called? Thieves' tools on hand?
Let me quickly check.
I don't remember if you...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Master Bronson, perhaps we should approach this a bit more quietly if possible. We don't know if there are any inhabitants in here other than our captivee. He kind of points towards Onyx's the thief kit.
Okay. Onyx pulls out the tools. Okay, so...
You probably still have to work together to pry
Okay.
out the nails and whatever else has boarded this place up.
I know at Thieves' Tools comes with a crowbar. He would just hold out his hand for that.
Here, pulls out the bag, holds it open, arms outstretched.
He'll just give
Take
you...
what you think will help you.
Yep, he's just going to take the crowbar, give, like, again, that just perceptible nod of acknowledgement, and he's just going to go over, and do I have to roll anything to start prying boards?
Strength check.
That I am actually okay with. And I've cursed myself. I know it.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
No.
The best part is, we all know what my class is. So far, the people who will see this in the future don't know, and they are all probably thinking I'm some kind of warlock that I tweaked, and they're wrong.
You put the crowbar underneath the piece of wood, and it immediately splinters. And it dawns on you. You still use the crowbar, but you could have ripped this off with your bare hands as you break. Hold on. You break the board clean in half. Doesn't even smoothly come off. It just crumbles at the touch of the crowbar.
Realizing this, Branson will literally just pass the crowbar back and just start pulling these things off manually. But
As a point of
he will try to be at least, he's not just chucking them down, he is literally just like how you disassemble a cardboard box, he's just doing the quick pull, get it out, and then just setting it down.
Makes sense. But as a quick point of clarification, Saris, you did mean, or the boards that came off, are they coming off because they were just poorly placed, or just because it looks like they're so old that they're just breaking?
They're rotted. They are rotted.
Okay.
Through.
Okay. Got it.
As this whole scene with the door is happening, Humphrey was most likely the last one to enter. Like, he had a really hard time dealing with the steps, and now that he's inside the house, he actually wants to assess the layer of dust and see if there is anything that seems that has disturbed this house before us.
Ooh. Excellent. Go ahead and roll me. I'm gonna say that this is probably, I would say survival, but I'm gonna give you advantage on this. I'm gonna give you advantage.
Wonderful. That is a 16.
This dust has not been disturbed. It's layered, but it has not been disturbed in what you could only assume is years. It's coated. And while the average eye may not necessarily take note of it, your eye, from your background, you know very quickly that not only has not anyone been in here to disturb it, but nothing has stopped it either.
Knowing that, I want to
Gentlemen,
Oh, go ahead.
if I may ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say, Branson's mid pulling off a board, eyebrow cock.
So, we are here apparently in a rescue mission. Does it look like anyone live here to you? Anyone either captive or a captor?
It is hard to say. When you arrive in such a strange place, I can't fathom that the normal rules of what would be normal and what you would expect to find might still apply. For example, if this captor is not of physical make or form, it may not matter if anyone lives here.
It's too quiet, but it's hard to tell without seeing what's behind these doors or up those stairs.
Branson will just finish, just again, the quick tug without any real sound, just kind of the I've never lived in a house before, I would never know this. And he just sets another board down.
Still, Humphrey, was it?
Yes, Razvan, was it?
Yes. Would you seem to have a very inquisitive eye on things, pardon the expression. What else can you deduce from this place? What are your thoughts?
Taking a look at the house, considering my day-to-day, can I assess what type of person would have lived here? At least as far as, occupation? Does it look like a
They're
hunter's
wealthy.
house?
They're wealthy. This, despite its decrepit nature, your eyes fall upon portraits, paintings, sculptures, marble. The craftsmanship, although now destroyed from time, you recognize of the stairs and of the balcony, is artisan work. It's all artisan work. That chandelier, though darkened and covered in cobwebs, is probably either made of individualized pieces of glass or even more fancy, probably quartz. They're wealthy.
Whoever this
This
house
kind of
belongs.
establishment would probably also have, from your personal experience, employees like you.
Mhm. And once again, the house is in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but just fields.
I think a
Yep.
large cemetery, right?
Yep.
Cemetery, right.
In this moment of pause, Razvan, Onyx, with the highest passive perception, you remember walking in and that statue looking kind of upwards, but now, for some weird reason, it looks like it's looking at you. Like it tilted its head somehow.
Razvan will look
Yeah.
towards the statue and then look towards Onyx like, did you see that? That kind of expression.
That statue moved.
I had feared that perhaps my eyes were playing tricks on me.
The second you say that, Branson stops pulling from the boards, turns around, you watch him pull his hood up, and his axe is already out.
Yes. I'll ask you a question.
Does your
What I can
good.
gather of this place is that, well, you can evidently look at it and know that it was a state of a wealthy family, a wealthy owner at the very least. Sadly, no one has lived here in what seems like decades.
That would make sense. To have such wealth, to have a statue inside your home, it would imply that you are of some leveled wealth. But, Master Brunson, does your lantern, does it only work in one pointed direction, or does it surround us?
If there was an undead within 300 feet of me, this area would glow blue. But he is also now pointedly looking at the statue, knowing that it has not been 10 minutes, and he has Detect Magic up.
You do. And I regret to inform you that you detect no magic.
If this thing is moving, it is not magical. So, he's literally just going to pull one off his belt, and yeah.
Wait, hold on. I remember when I woke up, I found a mausoleum. I went there for shelter to try and shield myself from the rain, and there were statues inside that were missing faces. Perhaps that is relevant here somehow. Tread carefully.
Branson will give out a curt huff from his nostrils. He's going to walk over, and he is just going to very carefully, again, he has one of his hand axes out. He is reaching up to this. I know what it is in D&D terms, but I'm not going to say it. But the statue. He's going to take his hand axe, put it against the brass part statue, just either on the underside, the leg, whatever he can reach. And then he is going to, with some force, drag the blade along it.
Okay. Give me just a second.
Go right ahead.
Okay, let me do some math.
Oh boy.
You leave no mark.
I do not know what this thing is. It is not magical, but it could be something else. I am now super mad that I picked Detect Magic over the other thing that I could have used. But that's what being this class is about.
If it is not magic, then... Humphrey, do you have any experience with the creatures that are... How do I describe this? Construct in make.
Warforged, you mean? I do happen to have some experience of that. With that, a proper introduction, I guess, would be in order. I work for members of the House de Canet in the country of Ireland. We are pretty well accustomed to Warforged in our territory. Which nation do you hail from? Now that I get the chance to ask.
Who are you asking?
Since you're first, but the question is up to everyone.
Okay. Razvan's, like, gonna be taking this seriously, taking kind of a cautious defensive stance against the statue, but constantly looking towards Humphrey's face, trying to understand how sound is coming out.
You see his face wobble when he speaks.
I am from... wait, I'm sorry, where did you say you were from?
I work with House Caniv in the land of Breland. The city of Sharn, to be specific.
I can't say I think I've ever heard of that. I am from a plane called Toril, not far from a rather large city-state called Baldur's Gate.
What do you mean by plane?
I'm not certain if we're from the same place. Where I am from, it is a world called Toril. It hosts many travelers and adventurers from beyond our home world, as it were. So I know it is possible to travel other places, but I must admit you are the first one that may not be from my home. At least that I have met.
If I am following your logic, well, that would explain the empty sky.
Yes, I was trying to get my bearings to understand what phase of the moon. Perhaps I can gain some measure as to where I was, but I couldn't even see the stars in the sky.
Branson will look to you, Razvan, and he'll just go, I am from the Dale Lands. I did not know our place was called Toril.
Yes.
And then he'll just look over to Onyx and be like, are you going to say something that I don't understand? I think they're checking their notes. Which I wouldn't blame them because...
Oh, I think they're checking their mic, sorry.
Ah, okay.
Oh. You and Sheila?
You're lighting up, but we're not
Yeah.
hearing you.
Oh dear.
Take your time. Take a breath.
We also have the call
Stretch out
text...
your arms.
Yeah, I was about to say, we also have call text chat if you need to type anything at us while things are going on.
Stretch out your arms. Hydrate. It's a good
Can
time
you hear
for it.
me?
Yeah, now we do.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
There you are.
Just had to. Yeah, I spoke for like a full minute.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, please.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I didn't notice this wasn't working. It's on my headset, but it makes sense. My kitten was batting at it earlier, and I did notice that he loosened. Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Kitten modifiers.
Yes. Okay. So I respond. I hail from the jungles of Mastika. We have no moving statues there. It is unlikely you've been. I have also traveled across Faerun, but this is my first time coming across a moving statue, and she still cautiously looks at the statue.
So because
And
mine
once
not...
again,
So because
yes.
I was actually going to say this a second ago, I am the person who never paid attention to any Forgotten Realms actual stuff. So I never know if anyone's talking about that or from the other D&D settings, even though I played in 3 modules.
This is from the Forgotten Realms setting. It's,
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Forgotten Realms, technically, traditionally 2 different planets, kind of coinciding different places depending on where you are in the timeline. But yeah, the Toril is the planet where like Faerun, Sword Coast, and Mastika is.
Okay.
Faerun's like a big continent. It's like big Europe, basically.
Yeah, I just basically need to know if it was something that I would have heard, because we're not going to get into character backgrounds, just, again, someone might mention a country.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. And then at that point, Branson will just give a nod and be like, okay, I do not know anything about whatever this statue is. It is so far non-hostile. I'm going to finish opening that door. And he's just going to walk back. And how many boards are left?
I'm sorry. Where are you going?
The boards that were nailed to the door,
Mm-hmm.
have they been completely removed now that Branson's been at them
Yes.
for a little bit?
Yes, they have. They're
Okay.
basically on the floor.
All right. Then Branson's just going to
Also,
go.
since attention was drawn to the statue, Humphrey can tell it is not a warforged, right?
Roll me a nature check.
Oh shit!
Roll a nature check to figure out if it is a drone.
That's another one.
Real quick, because you rolled a natural 1 in front of me, he'll kind of see the struggle that you're going through, and he will activate his ability that whenever he sees an ally within, I think, 60 feet, he gets a point of bardic inspiration back if they roll a natural 1. 30 feet, got it.
Neato.
That's actually good, because I probably just squandered the one you gave me earlier.
Oh, good. There you go. Poetry and misery. Or would that be? Oh, sorry. That's not an ability. That would be a skill check. Never mind. Scratch that.
It is a skill
I
check.
thought
It is a skill.
Nature.
it doesn't say
it's a
skill. It says
check.
ability check. So I didn't know if that counted.
Ah.
Fair
Now
enough.
I'm confused.
No, this is a thing with Matt Mercer classes. He gets very specific, but he doesn't.
He doesn't specify. Yeah.
He's a good DM, but for subclasses, they are not his thing.
It
So
says
ability check. Some DMs roll it to allow for to cover skill checks. Others don't. So that's why I did.
I'm gonna say yes. Go
Okay.
for it.
I
If
would
it
think
becomes a problem in the future, we can revisit it. But for now, I'm gonna say it's fine.
Completely fair. Completely fair. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, yeah.
You're good.
Branson, now, again, he puts his hand axe back on his belt, pulls out his actual axe one-handed, opens, and then he's just like, he looks at everyone and just be like, the body language of get ready, and he opens the door.
Before you do that, though,
Mm-hmm.
on that natural 1, you are sitting there trying to figure it out, and you can't figure it out for the life of you, and it tilts its head at you.
I'm not saying this real quick. Not saying that the tilting of the head. Razvan will be entirely focused in on Humphrey. It is quite all right. I understand if you can't quite tell. This place is all entirely new. Wait, what's wrong?
that thing just moved his head.
Looking towards the statue, did it move from its previous position?
Oh yeah,
I
it's
see.
it's tilting its head, looking directly at Humphrey.
Brunson, maybe you're right. Maybe we should move to the next room.
He will just nod, and then again, do the get ready, as he again is armed himself. He is now opening the door. What do we find?
You open the door to find a closet holding several moth-eaten black cloaks dangling from a bent brass pole. You see a giant leather hat box sitting on a high shelf at a crooked angle, and two, albeit a little worse for wear, leather bags.
Well, then first I will ask, has my detect magic gone down? Is anything popping?
So far, nothing is popping.
Then Branson will just sag his shoulders, being like, I feel like an idiot, and he is just going to go to the leather bags, flip over the top, and just see if there's anything inside.
I will DM you what you find.
Oh!
Oh.
Let me just... I'm back into full, like, streamer DM mode, where I've got my tablet out just to deal with Discord.
Screens and screens and screens.
My dude, the fact I've gotten by on these two screens for so long is literally a miracle.
You can't see it, but I'm giving you a salute.
You know the struggle. What's also I learned very early in my dealing with Roll20 is that Roll20 won't track the rolls if you have Discord up on your main screen.
Oh, good.
Whisper, whisper,
Really?
whisper, whisper.
All right, he will pull out. Oh, well, you'll see him pull out. You'll hear the jingling of coin as he pulls it out. He's got about 15 gold, 2 silver, but what he is holding out to everyone else is a skeleton key. I do not know if it is a skeleton-themed key or just a key that looks like it will fit most locks.
You can, any of you at that point, if you want to determine, can roll me an intelligence check.
All right. Are we smart or are we himbo? Let us check. We're average.
There was an attempt at Himbo, though.
Yeah. Roll for himbo.
Is anyone else rolling?
Humphrey is actually really like intrigued by the statue now that it looked at him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, quick. How tall is Humphrey?
Like 3 feet tall.
Reflexively, Razvan,
He's
who's 6'4", is gonna be like kinda looking over Humphrey towards what Bronson's doing, but also trying to keep himself between the statue and Humphrey, kind of like reflexively being
That's even
protective
better
of him.
because Branson, who's the take charge person of this entire group so far, is like 5'11", 6 foot, so you're still taller than him, but also cowering.
Yeah.
But it looks like you're the only
Humphrey
one
would
rolling.
like
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a skeleton key. It's both actually. It both is made of skeleton and also looks like it could fit in most locks.
A prize from a potential fight of the undead.
All right. Well, we have 2 doors and a stairway to nowhere, so I guess we'll try the doors. And he'll hand the key to you, Razvan.
All right. He'll take the key, kind of eyeing it somewhat curiously. When did you get such an artifact?
He's literally just going to thumb over his shoulder at the 2 bags.
I asked I asked the question and received an answer, but anyway. And he's just gonna pick a rightmost door and attempt to use the key on it if it's locked. I'm making motions with my hand. You can't see. I don't know why.
You and me both.
Okay. Onyx keeps glancing from the door to the statue quickly before the statue starts moving its feet as well.
The door
Very
opens.
well.
You unlock it. Push the door open. You find... Well, as you walk in, it appears to be a sitting room You see, well, what I could only describe to be a dubious taste in curio collecting. You notice a variety of different half-destroyed and or half-eaten padded chairs. You see a couple of tables, some bookshelves, and most curiously to note, a fireplace in the northeastern, along the northeastern wall, and directly to the north of that, on the northern wall, a singular door.
Just this is more of just spatial awareness. Is
Yep.
the fireplace where the smokestack was supposed to be?
Correct.
Okay, then just is anything magical in the room as Branson looks in?
Yes.
Oh.
There is a faint glow coming from the fireplace.
Branson will put a hand out, like just like do the hand swing in front of Razvan's chest. Magic in the fireplace. What kind of magic is it?
I'm doing a quick search. Give me like 2 seconds.
You're fine. You're fine.
Looking back towards the group, as you're identifying the runes of the magic, we should all get inside, at least away from the statue, into this next room. We can
Transmutation.
All right.
question
Sorry,
from
didn't
beyond
mean
there.
to interrupt.
No, you're okay.
No,
I just want to get away from the statue.
it is fine.
That is a fair concern. I will move along.
It is fine. It is not abjuration or evocation. It's transmutation. I don't know what to do with that, but he's just going to slowly step into the room and just kind of perimeter search as he just kind of goes along the back wall for, like, going in on the right side.
I thought I heard Citrix say something, but I didn't quite catch what it was. Could you repeat, please?
Humphrey was going to move along, as Rafa was saying, to enter the room. He will nonetheless like give a last glance at the statue before leaving that room.
The statue glances back.
Humphrey tips his hat.
Do you shut the door behind you, whoever is last?
No. I think. Yeah, Razvan will kind of stay at the doorway, keeping it open, keeping an eye on the statue while his companions investigate the room.
The statue keeps an eye on you back.
Great.
Onyx has bolted into the room as soon as the first person went in, just wanting to get away from the statue.
Sure. You move along the wall, Branson, and you, Onyx, move directly into the center of the room. Is there anything you would like to do in here?
Razvan... Oh, no. Branson. Branson's basically just at the ready for something to happen. He is letting the people that... he's letting the thinkers do the thinking.
Onyx
Humphrey is looking around the room to make sure that this place is devoid of any moving statues.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Ooh.
Why?
We are rolling hot tonight.
You notice there is quite a lot of there are so many tchotchkes on top of the fireplace, if we're being incredibly honest, and they're so tacky. It's hard to focus on anything else. They're so tacky. Who would want that?
These things are weird and ugly, but at least they aren't moving. Yet.
Beware the fireplace. It does some form of magic. I don't know what it... It changes something into something else. That's all I know.
Try throwing something inside it.
Razvan will, keeping an eye on the statue, slink out into the open, like the beginning room, take some of the boarded up or broken boards, slink back to where he was in the doorway, and kind of blindly hand it off towards Bronson to potentially throw into the fireplace.
Do you do so stealthily?
Yes.
Roll me a stealth check.
20 soft.
Nice.
You slink back. You
All right.
enter the room.
I will say Branson gets... Well, actually, I forget. We're in an actual house, so trying to do D&D footage is going to really be a problem. So, Branson probably gets about 8-ish feet away from it. Like, if there's furniture in the way, he will literally just shove it out of the way. And then he'll just very, easily, just flick the few boards into the fireplace. And then he's going to pick up his axe, point at it, and growl as, one quick second. Sacred flame to light them.
Oh. Alright, so you're lighting up the fireplace?
Yes, to see what happens.
You said you threw the boards to the fireplace and then light
Yeah,
those up?
yeah.
If I heard correctly? Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, so if the boards trigger something, if not, then he is going to try to start a fire and see what happens.
So, I will say with point of order, it's technically radiance and not fire. Are you still okay with that?
That is fine.
Because I can roll with this. Okay.
Yeah, again, he has
It's for science.
He has a limited kit. This is what he can do. He's not a bright
Fair
boy.
enough. Fair enough. You throw you throw the plank in, and it clink 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 clink. More like the sound of wood dropping. I don't have wood, so I can't really make the thudding noise. But it clanks against the metal. The metal. They're not stokes. What are they? The grate? The grate?
Yeah, grates.
The thing that holds. Yeah. And nothing immediately happens. You cast Sacred Flame, and the
actually, I just
rotted
lost-
plank.
I think I just have a good way to flavor this because it sounds like it's not going to
Okay.
work. His Sacred Flame is actually you guys will watch this again. He points his axe at it, and a black electrical current runs across it with a very bright blue outline. But the wood doesn't catch.
It's certainly impressive looking, but I don't think that has had the intended effect.
Well, actually, let me double check something because again, I have some very interesting cantrips based on the class I am playing, and I'm waiting to see what
That's
people
fair.
think.
That's fair. I could have
all
swore you're going to
have
be, well,
either
actually,
blocks.
I'm going to do it again.
Yeah. But
While
just,
he's
I
looking-
assume we all have tinder boxes as part of our equipment. That is just by default.
Yeah.
My other cantrip option does not work.
So, was that the display intended to light up the flame?
It's magical. I could have a command word. I can only tell the school. And truthfully, in a few minutes, I'm going to lose this ability.
But I believe you were on the right track. It is a fireplace after all. If anything is going to set it off, it's going to be fire. I do carry a tinderbox with myself. May I try to light it up if that's okay with all of you?
That's fine.
It's, no reason to doubt
Go
that.
ahead.
Then I will do so. He will wobble his way to the fireplace, to start the boards.
For sure. And as a spark emits from your tinderbox, you notice as the spark hits the plank, the plank first lights up erupts into what looks like normal flame. After a moment, the flame turns. You know that Disney, like, acid green, that Maleficent
Yes.
fire?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. And it immediately goes out. Like, it's a huge burst of flame. Immediately goes out, erupting into black, billowing smoke. As a passageway opens up inside the fireplace. But it looks like it's big enough only to fit one person at a time.
Now, here's my one question. Is it going downward, sideways? Just to figure it out.
Looks like it's going through.
Oh. Oh, we're in a fucking magic-ass house. Okay. Branson will be like, all right, I shall go first. Be prepared. We don't know what we're getting into. As he, again, hefts his axe, starts stepping forward, and he is just prepared for combat as he starts going through, because now I'm thinking I'm in Resident Evil 7.
And I will draw your attention to the map.
Ooh. Oh boy.
Here we go. Let me zoom in on this. Oh! That's a lot to take in. Oh, I see what you did there.
I couldn't possibly know what you're talking about. Are you referring to the chandelier or the glass on the floor?
I'm referring to what I
Perhaps-
can obviously see as a... Let me just do a quick thing. Oh, yep, my character token.
Yeah, that is your character token. Yeah. You mad?
No, I just... When you said you had something apropos since we didn't have anything to use, my brain immediately went to, you just found a doofy snake PNG.
Listen,
Nope.
in my head, all I can hear is, I am the storm that is approaching.
Nope.
Okay, so can you fully explain the room, because we also might have some audio listeners.
Yeah. So you enter in from the western wall, emerging from a giant, very elaborate stone fireplace full of carvings. Quite literally looks like it almost has like gargoyle-esque little guys hanging out on it. Immediately to your left, which would be to the north, you see a little trunk in front of what I can only describe to be a completely dismantled, decrepit, queen-sized bed that appears to have been collapsed at some point. Immediately to your right or to the south is a covered up chair that appears to be covered in some sort of like cloth or drapery that has been eaten by moths. And further beyond that, a bookshelf that looks like it itself has collapsed from rot. The smell of old book pages and parchment wafts in the ear, along with the smell of gross must and mildew. Directly in front of you is a giant broken chandelier that is collapsed to the floor on top of a bunch of and I do mean a bunch of shattered glass, seemingly coming almost maybe from the chandelier, some of it probably from the windows that are along the eastern wall. It's from your line of sight, it's a little difficult to see, but there is what appears to be a wooden wardrobe between the two windows. And up in the center of the northern wall, so up to your right, is what appears to be a pristine-looking vanity with a hairbrush, a few perfume bottles, as well as a skull that has a lit candle, and a fully intact mirror.
Now, I will ask before I relay stuff to the party, and again, this is totally up to you, no hard feelings. do I still have detect magic?
I would say no. Not at this point.
He is. I almost said Daedalus because this is so close to our Saturday game. But
Sorry.
Branson will turn back. I have lost my magical sight, but it seems to be safe. Everyone come in slowly, and he is going to sidle over. Still has his weapon drawn at this point. He has got both his hands on the handle. He is prepared to come out swinging, but he is just at least letting the thinkers come in.
Who comes in next?
Razvan will take up the will be in the last one to come in, so he can kind of keep an eye on the statue as they slowly walk through.
Okay.
Then Humphrey will be the second one in line.
I'll follow Humphrey.
You have control over your characters, or at least you should.
There you go. I'm glad we're able to actually show off Citrix's art.
Oh, I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a temporary token until I have the real tokens, but since you said that it was inspired by Puss in Boots, I was like, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it.
Though I'm surprised you didn't pick the female lead from that movie.
Nope, nope. Sheila said Puss in Boots, so I'm giving you Puss in Boots. So, you should be able to click on your token, I believe left click, and drag, to place it.
Yeah, and then it's just basic D&D square stuff, though. Also, I'm going to step away for one quick second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Humphrey, if you want to move, I'm just going to be the one after you. So I'll just follow.
Humphrey will actually, since we are at it, walk in and examine the fallen chandelier.
Oh. Wait, it's not moving for me.
Oh, it's not? Okay, hang on.
No. The whole thing is moving, not just my token for some reason.
Oh, are you on the cursor icon on the left? You can have the if you are on the hand that moves the board. If you are on the cursor on the arrow, that will let you move your character.
Ah, wait, how did I
That's the
accidentally draw something on it?
Oh, you have the,
Yeah.
You might have had the paint tool clicked. And I'm back.
Oh, do I? Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the left side.
I did not. Yeah.
See the top one, the arrow? That's how you click your token and move it.
Yeah.
Oh, the arrow. Okay, I see the arrow.
Though we are just
Oh,
making
there we
more.
go. It's
yeah,
finally moving.
Yeah, we're just
There you
making
are.
more of a case for Roll20. We're doing a tutorial in the session 0. Please sponsor us.
There we go.
They're excellent teachers. Highly recommend.
You're making me blush.
I believe this is your token. Let me just. Yep. I believe this is your token.
I
Oh,
believe
yeah.
in a thing called love.
For now, anyway, until stuff and things.
For sure.
happen.
I just quickly threw something together. I'm like,
For sure.
this works.
No, I appreciate it. I had something prepared, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Well, damn. What'd you have prepared?
Pretty much the full body of the image that you that you
Oh,
sent.
okay. Fair enough.
The four of you have emerged fully into the room. And you said that you wanted to investigate the chandelier. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? What are you looking for?
I assume it's fair to say it fell just by decay and weight, but looking what's under on or if it's anything that like stands out among the wreckage.
Roll me an investigation check.
Not particular because the chandelier itself is like the most interesting thing in the room, but because that's the first thing he has in front of him.
For sure.
Yeah, perception, right? Or investigation.
Investigation, because you're going to have to actually get hands-on with this if you want to see if there's anything quote-unquote interesting.
Oh
I
my
am
goodness,
rolling
how is this
compromise.
happening?
I need a dex save from
Oh my.
from Humphrey.
Humphrey will do. Next save.
Also, I zoomed in so people could get more of our amazing tokens and Citrix's actual drawn character.
That's a 17, luckily.
You go to start moving things around, and you nearly cut your, feel something sharp against your. Trying to think of the best way to word this, hand, I suppose. But you
Appendage.
reflexively pull your hand back, and you take no damage.
Well, no. I think the best thing we can say is that Citrix has Powerpuff Girl hands.
Not wrong.
Yes.
Oh boy. That is sharp.
Meanwhile, Branson will just go, Onyx.
Yes.
This chest, I don't know if it's locked or not. You seem to have a thing for opening. And he will step aside to give you room to check out the chest at the bed.
Okay, my character is having a hard time moving again. But I pull out my thieves kit.
Real
Dig
quick.
around for my lockpick.
Real quick, kind of looking at the group. I know we are still new to each other in our meetings, but keep faith that we will get through this well together, and you've already proven your steady hands well enough already, Onyx. We believe in you. And Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
Because we're rolling really bad, so I might as well use them.
Meanwhile, I'm Rick and Morty. My man!
Okay. Onyx just politely tips her head to you, pulls out the lockpick, and confidently walks up to the chest.
I will need, and I believe it should be set up properly. I need a thieves' tool check.
Which will be on your left-hand most side. Scroll down to where you see you've got... it'll be right under all of your abilities. You'll see tools.
Somehow it didn't get added. None of my tools got added, even though I dropped...
Thieves tool, it should be...
Yeah, I moved the rogue stuff there, but none of it got... nothing got added in the tools.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If you want to do it, I would say... I forget. Quick question. Do rogues get expertise in thieves' tools? I'm pretty sure they do.
I don't recall.
So I know that rogues have proficiency in thieves' tools.
Yeah.
Right, but expertise is the question, I think.
I don't believe so. I believe expertise only applies to skill.
I'm pulling it up real quick. Just give me one quick second here. Okay, that's fighter.
Okay.
Okay, I got to wizard.
You do get it. You do get expertise in thieves' tools. Yeah, at level 1.
Okay.
So that's go over to where your abilities are to dexterity. Roll that, and then we will add 4 plus... Yeah, 4. Or 4 plus your ability modifier.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll just roll my dex. Oh, wait, sorry.
I mean, it still is the same thing.
Wrong thing. Yeah, I rolled the wrong thing.
Well, no, this just adds in, so we just add number 2 to that.
Oh.
Yeah, it works fine, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, so 23.
You go, you easily pick, it's a padlock, by the way. You easily pick the padlock and you creak, you begin to pull up on the trunk lid, and you begin to hear bum 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 as you look inside. You look inside.
I jump back. I take a step back, but I still peer in, but not so close as to, if something was jumping out at me, I'd still be at a safe distance. But I do peer in cautiously from after taking a step back.
Taking a step back, it looks like, well, you do see cobwebs and you see dust, but from the angle that you're now looking at it, it looks empty.
Do I still hear the bub?
Oh, yes, you do.
Okay.
Oh,
I turn quickly to Branson.
It's time for me to ask the question that I know is going to drive me and Sarah's crazy for the better part of the next however long these series go. Has the light changed colors?
Yes, it has.
Okay,
It's
you are
now.
Go ahead.
It's now emitting an incredibly bright purple.
My color for my lantern is blue.
I'm aware.
Oh.
It's blue.
So, my lantern is actually giving off a different color?
It's giving off a different color.
You guys are going to watch Branson kind of shake for a second, but now he is immediately pulling up his hood, having his weapon out, and he's going to say, "My lantern can't do this. It is attuned to one type of being. Whatever we are dealing with here, it is unique."
Razvan, seeing Branson pull out weapons, will also pull out his rapier, like, what's going on?
Onyx moves even further away from that chest after seeing the lantern change color.
The lid shuts. But you still hear faintly. Whoops, sorry.
I was curious to see what happens to the lantern once the lid closed.
Basically, rules as written. Clarify for me, if it is blocked by some type of solid. Actually, it wouldn't be solid.
Well,
no change.
Yeah. This is one of those things where, again, we have to keep track of so many rules. Otherwise, we would have had a whole different thing. But yeah, no, it's just within 300 feet.
Yep. And like I said, it wouldn't matter because the box is so decrepit, it's bound to have gaps in the sides. It does not change, and you still hear the bum, bum, bum.
Branson's gonna say, "Be on guard. The place I think we will find the most things is that mirror. Let's check the room before we get there. I will take this chest." And he motions for Onyx to get out of the way. He doesn't want to see them get hurt.
Oh, Onyx at this point has already fled far from the box.
Can you position yourself on the map as to where you are?
Okay, so I had... Oh, now it's finally moving for me again. So I was here, and after the sounds and after the lantern, I've stepped back. So I'm going to move myself back here.
So you are now climbing on top of the chandelier?
I mean, they are a cat.
I would love for you to roll me an acrobatics check.
Hey, I have a fairly high score in that, so let's go.
Yep.
Just show off. Come on, you can do it.
Yes.
Come on. The Puss in Boots.
It is 4 a.m. It is time for zoomies.
Let's go.
Yeah, you climb up there, no problem. You're like, nope, absolutely the fuck not. Nope, we're getting far away. You climb up top you're at the tippy top of the chandelier and you perch there.
I was about to say, back is completely arched.
I am hissing at that chest. I am not very pleased.
Okay, so Branson will motion with his axe over to here. Oh, it's not giving me the... Come on, give me the ping. Okay, well, he will motion over to...
in the box?
Yeah, the box over by the broken windows. And then he will also motion to... Oh, wait a second. Was it this? No. Oh, yeah, it's just not letting me actually... It's not letting me do the area ping for some reason. But we can figure that out later. But the broken bookshelf. And then Branson is going to open the chest and he is going to investigate.
No rolls needed.
Oh.
You open that lid.
Okay.
You stare inside. And you see, smothered in cobwebs, a beating heart.
Branson's literally going to take it out. This is necromancy, and yet it is not considered undead. He is just going to walk over to the very decrepit bed, set down the still beating heart, and look to, again, the people designed to think.
You are rather cavalier taking that thing out of the box with your bare hands, but what do you think it is for? Out of all of us, you seem to be the one most accustomed to deal with stuff like this.
Would there be anything in my book about this, Saris?
I don't believe so.
It's again, if you say you don't believe so, totally fine. I will answer in character. I'm just, again, we got...
Yeah, no, nothing's coming up on my...
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, he literally just sets it down.
No rolls needed. No rolls needed. You've never seen this before.
Yeah, he sets it down. He just looks to Humphrey and is like, I have seen many horrors. This is just a new one. There will be more. And he sets it down, and he is looking to everyone where he's got his weapon out. He is ready to charge in a direction if something starts happening.
I appreciate the tension. Trust me, I share the sentiment, but for now, I guess all we can do is examine. Mrs. Onyx, if you could do us a favor, you seem to be already on your way around the broken glass. There is a piece of furniture over there. I believe for us to manage around the rest of the wreckage would be more of an issue. Could you continue your way and check what's in here?
Okay, so I'm going to take a leap off.
Okay.
Okay, where would you like me to check? No, okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Stops. My character just stops, freezes, and stops moving. Okay, here, right?
Yeah, I am pinging. Whoop. You should see
Yes,
it on...
I'm there.
Perfect.
Okay.
I would
Do I need
like
to
a
roll for anything?
dexterity saving throw. Yes, dex save. Yes.
Remember, you're freebieting, and that's a lot of broken glass.
Yep.
You also have Bardic
What else?
Inspiration if you want to add a d6.
Yeah.
So 25. I don't think you need to add the Bardic's Inspiration.
Yeah, you're good. Save it.
I don't care if I am rolling garbage if someone else is rolling high.
You
That's the
managed to land
Yeah.
without taking any damage.
Impressive.
You
Okay.
approach the wardrobe. Do you open it?
Okay, I move there cautiously. I glance back at my companions. I swallow and I pull out my dagger in one hand and with the other one quickly open it.
You throw it
And
open.
Yes, I throw it open.
You see dresses. Very fancy, but moth-eaten and unfortunately old dresses from an era and a culture that, let's be real, you've never seen before. You see opulence. You see shoes. You see hats. You see pouches and purses. You see, going through, gloves even.
Okay. As a curious cat, I reach for one of the pouches and shake them. I
You
look
reach
through the
in.
wardrobe.
Mhm.
Okay. And yes, and I also make a comment. I just say, I've never seen garb like this before. And I'm also holding one of the pouches, shaking it gently.
Does it jingle jangle?
It does
What
not.
happens with it?
It doesn't jingle. It's a cloth. It's cloth, so it's one of those cloth purses. So it doesn't quite jingle jangle, but you do feel something inside of it.
There's something in here. I have my arms outstretched. I open it, and then I slowly bring it towards me.
I will message you on Discord DMs what you find.
Also, while you are doing that, I will say, so I have had several characters where just because of the type of music I listen to are inspired by a very particular band. I've had like 4 characters that are all influenced by the Blue Oyster Cult. And now Branson's another one because you literally have him as I am the storm. Which, hey, you're on YouTube already if you're seeing this, so just search that. It's a bop. Most of their stuff's a bop. They only get remembered for Don't Fear the Reaper, and they have way more better music. This is my first character who has no tie to a veteran of the Psychic Wars.
That is what you find inside the little pouch.
Okay, can I quickly pocket these things?
I mean, I
Remember,
pocketed...
I do have a background as stealing.
I was about to say, you would have noticed Branson literally got 15 gold and 2 silver. He showed everyone and immediately shoved it in his pocket.
Okay, I look at what's in the pouch. I hold it close to me, and I try to quickly pocket everything without my companions noticing, because I don't feel like sharing.
Stealth check.
We are all
Let's
looking
go.
at you right now.
Yeah.
And go ahead, my team, perception checks, if you will.
Will do.
Okay.
Yeah, try to beat me. Oh, okay. No, why did you beat me?
You will notice
Roll
Razvan
Citric.
immediately. I suppose all of us, but you'll notice Razvan like notice and just give you a thumbs up, like nice.
You'll see no change in Branson's face. He does not care.
Humphrey will cock his head to one side. He's like, what?
I convinced myself that no one has noticed what I've done because I'm such an excellent thief.
I love it.
So, everything alright, Mrs. Onyx?
Yes, everything's perfectly fine. Just some strange garb that I'd never wear and have never seen worn. That's it.
Alright, see if you
Alright.
can make it safely over the glass. And he will look to
Yeah.
Razvan and Humphrey and, like, just, again,
Yeah.
motion his head towards the bookcase.
Should I do another acrobatics check to leap over the glass to join the others?
Yes, please.
Right.
We have 3 pieces of furniture yet to explore. We have that queen-size bed, we have the mirror, and
Okay, got a
a
17.
bookshelf for a desk.
You do manage to jump. Go ahead and place yourself where you have jumped.
Okay, by Humphrey. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Okay.
You are rather apt at, at moving around.
Why, thank you.
He tips his head.
There is much going on here, or at least that went on here, obviously. But I still don't quite see where... outside of the strange oddities, what answers we might need to rescue this distressed person.
I will say this.
Right now, I would like to make sure to come this room in particular. If the entire house is a strange place to us, this one was hidden.
I will say
True.
this. Depending on how long it takes you to read through the books over there, I can take time and get my sight back.
Then let us take a
Your
few
magic
moments.
side.
Adeline, if you can hear us, hopefully you do not mind waiting a little longer.
But yeah, you'll just see him, like, he's got his eyes there constantly focusing, and he is just, not so much mumbling as just kind of like focusing his breathing, looking around, but also kind of relaxing his posture slightly. Because, as a normal person of the class I have, they would have a whole thing for how they ritual cast, but I am a rebel, so he is literally doing this in his own way. So he's just focusing, breathing, and just channeling, so that way I can ritual cast detect magic.
Okay.
At the very least, I believe that heart must be an important piece. It's so the not to stand out. In the interest of time, Mr. Rasvan, would you mind looking at the bookshelf while I check the mirror?
Please, Razvan will do fine, and of course.
Has my mic been picking that up?
What up?
Not
Picking
that
what
I've
up?
seen.
Nothing.
No.
No? Ah!
I need to step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
That's fine.
All right. So, what is it, Ceres?
Did that not pick up?
It's not picking up. There's mic sensitivity's a bitch.
Especially
we
over
didn't have
Discord.
this issue. We didn't have this issue with this strictly
Are you
professional.
using the coaster?
I'm using my wooden table and I'm slamming my hand against it.
Oh,
Huh.
well, it's... There's possibly a fact... Like, I don't know what type of mic you're using, but okay, so,
It's the
here's a
same
question.
mic. It might have changed because I'm on my new laptop. Let me
So,
check my.
I have a quick question. Like, what is the cadence for it, and how hard is it? Because my mic will pick up my desk.
I'm knocking like wood.
Okay.
Knocking. And I started what I was doing, as you all were talking, was I was knocking
The
3
beat of the heart?
times. I was knocking 3 times until I started picking up and just repeatedly knocking.
Oh.
Well, apologies, we did not hear that.
You're good. I
Yeah.
was just sitting there like, I don't think you all can hear me because we've been going for like 5 minutes and there's been no reaction.
Yeah, no. Again, if you sense that there's no reaction, literally just tell us. We will help.
This
I'm
is
sorry.
something to look into in terms of mic sensitivity because I'm definitely gonna need sound effects when we actually go to play the game.
I will say this. With our collective friend group, you have definitely 2 people who will help you fix any mic.
We'll
aside
get it
from that,
sorted out. But
Where do we hear the
yes.
knocking from?
well, now that
We hear
he's standing in front of it, it's coming
excellent.
from behind the mirror. You actually see some type of force knocking
Oh.
from the other side of the mirror. Humphrey.
What do I see on the mirror itself?
The mirror itself looks, plain. You see your reflection, but there's some type of black, shadowy sort of force that seems to be knocking up against the mirror, and it's quite literally causing it to ripple. You all hear
Hi.
that knocking, by the way. All of you hear that knocking.
We seem to have company.
Branson will be, again, attempting to ritual cast in his own weird way, but now he is standing next to Humphrey because this seems to be a source of danger. But he's also, like, when he comes over, he's still at the ready, but he's gesturing again to the thinkers.
Humphrey will try to get close, but he finds himself looking upward. Like he looks kind of frustrated at himself. Mr. Branson, if you wouldn't mind, what do you see in the mirror? I see it hitting whatever it is on the other side is. I would say trying to get through, which is unnerving.
So
What's
you
your
said
take on the matter?
I basically see it rippling like a lake.
Yeah.
Branson will say as he is staring dead at it while again in his combat posture and doing this very heavy breathing. It is rippling like a lake with a stone tossed inside.
Should we throw something in it to see if it goes to the other side?
I think it would be a good test. I would advise against throwing it hard. We don't know if the glass is holding something back.
Branson will again, while breathing, just go, before that, the drawers and the skull investigate.
We'll do so. How high is the table for Humphrey? Like he's 3 feet tall.
It's like 2 feet. Well, no, it's a solid like 2-3 feet tall.
Oh no. Humphrey needs uppies.
Thank you for Zan. You have no idea. The entire first time I started streaming, I was playing with Caitlin C37. They were playing I'm forgetting what it is, the Pumpkin People homebrew race, and do you need uppies was a regular thing.
Perfect.
You will see Humphrey get close to the table and try to lift himself up and get up. Very undignified.
Branson will take one of his hands off his axe and he'll go, drawers first. They are at your height.
Of course. Yes. He will take a look on the drawers.
You open the drawer, and right as soon as you have you open it enough to be able to look inside, it slams back shut.
That wasn't me.
Someone help lift him or someone else check the contents. I am prepared for if something comes from this mirror.
Humphrey actually takes off his short sword and he tries to open the drawer again and jam the sword before it can close shut.
So you position the sword.
Get off the keyboard.
What was that?
Sorry, it was my cat.
Oh.
Called it.
And as you position the sword, you pull it out. You pull out the drawer. It slams shut with the sword.
Well, the question is, did you put it in long ways or did you just try to put it in like you would try to wedge something?
I want to put it my idea is to use it as a lever to help myself open the door because it keeps shutting up.
And something has magically forced it in that position. You still have your sword, but it is currently jammed upright between the parts of the drawer.
It is refusing to opening.
I want to point out, Razvan, that beating heart is still beating on the bed as it's just laying there.
Razvan's gonna try and keep a somewhat cautious rhythm to his pulse to sedate his more bestial instincts, and is gonna walk away from the bed over here instead.
At this point, while still doing his breathing exercises for ritual casting, he'll go, Onyx, bring me the heart.
Hello?
We
Oh,
hear you.
yeah, sorry, I'm trying to move.
You're fine. You don't really have to move. We're just basically theater of the minding. It's
Okay.
just say you grab it and you bring it back to
Hello?
him. We hear you there, Saris.
Yes.
No, I
Can
think
you
this
hear
is...
me?
No,
Yeah.
I don't think that's Ceres. Is that from the mirror? Where's that coming from?
It is coming from the mirror.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh.
So I stop. I'm on my way to the heart, and I stop and turn towards the source of the sound.
Well, Branson's
Can you
staring
hear me?
direct. We can hear you.
Light the skull.
So you said the skull has... It's the typical Disney candle melting onto the skull's head, correct?
Correct.
And it is already lit?
Yep.
Does anyone have a way to set the skull on fire?
I believe that Humphrey has the ability to create fire if need.
Tinderbox, if that is an unusual ability, but yes, I have one.
Branson, while still
Lighting up the...
doing his breathing, because I will keep trying to ritual cast this until I am told I either get it or don't. He is going to relax one hand off of his weapon, and I'm sorry, Citric, but you know my type of character. He's going to grab them by their cloak and lift them up until they are at level that they can use their tinderbox on the skull.
Okay. You can leave me on the top of the table if you don't mind.
He will do so.
Thank you.
Do you like blob and balance out like a cello or something?
No, I'm imagining a water balloon.
Oh yeah.
Humphrey goes to take the skull, but before doing anything, he actually wants to see the reflection of the skull on the mirror.
What reflection?
It's just
No
rippling,
reflection.
right?
I mean, you can see the reflections of Branson and Humphrey in the mirror. You can see the rippling effect, you can see the dark shadow, but to Humphrey's point, what reflection?
The skull has no reflection.
We have seemingly two options ahead of us, at least placed. We can ignore the wants or wishes of whatever's in this mirror, or we can do what it says and try to deal with the rewards or the consequences.
We have nothing so far. Lighting the skull will at least elucidate us.
I would agree.
I would assume that what is being proposed is slightly different. We have a skull, and the skull is lit. We established that, right? That the candle on the skull was
Yeah,
lit when we walked in?
Yes, correct. The candle on the skull is lit.
We don't have to light up this one.
Branson,
Remind me if I, in case I am remembering wrong, we have not seen a different skull on any other part of the room, right?
Correct.
but he also hasn't fully investigated the bookshelf.
Yes, but Humphrey actually want to look into the reflection of the room and see if he can see a skull anywhere in the reflection that we have not seen on this side.
Oh.
Hello. Oh.
Oh. I saw it.
Yeah, me too.
There is, in fact, a skull atop the chandelier.
Humphrey will point at the mirror. I believe that is the one we have to light up.
Do I also see the skull in the
Okay.
chandelier?
You do.
Branson will literally just gesture.
At me.
Yep, just so he's like, yep, please.
All right, I am going to roll for acrobatics and take a leap again.
$17.
Oh, I just rolled now.
24.
Whoa, very nice.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay,
You hop up
I
there.
Hop up there. I grab the thing and I do a really cool backflip. Super cute.
Hell yeah.
I land back down and toss it to Humphrey.
Roll me.
Yes.
This would be a ranged attack roll, so for the sake of ease, roll me one of your daggers.
On the middle, yeah. Oh, not 20! Let's go!
All right, Humphrey.
Yeah.
Dex save.
Shit! I have bardic inspiration, so that's going to help because I am not rolling high tonight. So dex save.
Humphrey, I believe in you.
Yeah, I'm going to use the. Where is that? Here. And at least 6. That's total 17.
Yeah. With a 17, that is like the equivalent of, for my sports people, throwing a spiral and the other person catching it perfectly.
Ah, so me as the one football player here.
Aha!
Which is
You have it. You have.
it's
you
even
have
more
the skull.
it's even more impressive because the way you catch that is supposed to be making a diamond with your hands, and he has Powderpuff Girl hands.
Huh?
I want to believe like he put up the hand and the skull just went into like jelly, like what? He places the skull on the table, and it has a candle of its own, or does it need a candle?
It does not have a candle.
He will look to Razvan and Onyx and be like, "We need a candle." And then, while still doing his breathing, Branson, who also has slightly more strength than our little gooey boy, is literally going to reach to one. Does this thing have 4 drawers or 1 drawer? Because again, we only have a top-down view.
It has 4 drawers.
Okay, he is literally going to go to the top drawer. He is going to literally grab it and retch it out and fight whatever magic is trying to close it.
Strength check with disadvantage.
That's fine. That's fine. That's a 12.
Despite
You
your
had
best
what-
efforts, it
You had
slams back
bardic
shut.
You have bardic inspiration, didn't you?
A while. It takes 10 minutes. Like if my
It would
my-
have taken 10 minutes to do
yeah.
the casting, yeah.
Yeah, if basically
Oh,
my
ritual casting.
if my first detect magic wore off, any bardic inspiration I have is long gone. But I will take that and just be like, you will see. He's literally trying to fully just strength this, and an actual visible bit of surprise that he was not breaking something.
Speaking of, right, your detect magic, let me double check. Cause you do detect magic.
Oh, so I finally get it. Cool.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
You're-
working on it.
You've got so many things going. You're fine.
This would be abjuration. You see abjuration. You also see conjuration.
You're going to see him after that just be like, he's going to place 2 fingers to his temple. Ah, this makes so much more sense. First of all, before anyone does anything, give me a second. He's going to just do a quick turn. I imagine that Humphrey is on the other side of the thing by where the skull we just put down is.
I mean, I am on top of the table, and I should be in this side. Probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's going to look to them. This thing is warded with abjuration magic. It also does something else, conjuration. So, it's possibly a doorway. Then he looks, and he's like, "Don't touch anything." And he just visually looks around the room. What is magic? What is not?
The skulls.
Mm-hmm.
The vanity. The fireplace.
Mm-hmm. And that's it?
Yep. And that's it.
Alright. We found our way, and he points at the vanity. See if you can find whatever candle we need. This thing is not prepared. Otherwise, I will just try to light it with my lightning.
Will any candle do, or does it need a specific one?
He will look at the other Is the candle on top of the other skull magical?
Yeah, can we yank it out?
You could try.
Well, no. Let's first. Is that other candle magical? Is the aura the skull and the candle, or is it just the skull?
It's hard to tell, if I'm being transparent. It's incredibly hard to tell because the candle is so melted, intertwined with the skull at this point. Like, it looks like it's been used and it's been burning for a while.
Branson,
it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, Branson will look at Razvan and he will literally do the hand of just.
Sorry. So, for clarification, you want a specific candle, or any candle will do?
No, he is literally saying he's got no fucking clue. He's giving you the half and half hand.
Oh, got it. Okay. Razvan will just pull out a candle from his pack and hand it to him.
Humphrey will nod and take the candle and try lighting that one on top of the new skull.
You light it?
Yep.
What do you do with the candle? I mean, it's lit, but like, what do you do with it?
To try to mimic the other skull, I would drip a little bit of wax on top to like fix it in place, and then I would place the candle on top of the skull.
I have to ask for clarification. Are you currently standing on top of the vanity?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You watch as both skulls burst with a green light. The flames like just whoosh, go green. Branson.
Yes.
Your lantern is now glowing blue as this wafting smoke billows out from the mirror, and this incorporeal gaseous form that looks identical to the woman that you saw before manifests in front of you. Before we move forward, I have a very important question above game to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to end on time, or do you want to run late?
I think we should run late because this is session 0. But it's also up to other people because...
I am totally fine to run late. It just, whatever spot makes it easiest for session 1 to happen for you. That's where I prefer to end.
It does not matter. It does not matter. I just need to know based on people's time constraints.
I have some time, but I do have to leave by 8 at least. But I do have till 8.
So would if you're West Coast, that's 40 minutes?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Pacific Standard Time. I completely forgot.
Okay. Then you know what? I think we can work with it. It's fine.
Okay. So I have 2 quick questions.
Mm-hmm.
Does this look like the girl who brought us here?
Yes, identical. The difference is it's more of a gaseous a smoky, incorporeal form rather than a fleshy form.
Okay, then I will say if anyone wants to notice, you're going to watch the body language of Branson immediately shift, get incredibly basically get into a raid stance, see who it is, and then very slowly shift.
Humph for his part, when the smoke erupts from the mirror, he immediately steps back, almost tumbling out of the table before grabbing the side of the mirror to balance himself.
I'm so glad to see you here. Really, it means a lot. I'm not freed yet, but we're really close.
Can't you give us any more clues as to how we can assist you?
Sure thing. You see that heart?
Yes.
I want you to stab it, but before you do that, see the problem. It needs a replacement.
1000%. Can I insight?
Yeah.
Same.
21.
I will join in, but Branson is also like hyper focused, not moving at all. Dude, where are you? Insight? There you are.
Is Onyx also inciting?
Yes. Especially because I was moving towards the heart earlier and not thinking that's such a wise option anymore. Hold on 1 second.
You're fine. Oof.
7.
So we have a 21, a 19, a 19, and a 7. Onyx, everything you gather from that statement is completely at face value. For the three of you, if you are trying to look for honesty is policy. However, you gather there's a sense of earnestness, if that's a word, in her voice. You also can tell that it's more like she's trying to slide that little piece of information across with hopes that you won't look too hard at the lines between the meaning behind the face value meaning.
With due respect, Adeline, you are asking us to do something that could have dire consequences, to leap without expecting us to know where we might land. Why must we stab and potentially replace the heart?
Didn't you say you would do anything?
I believe you said you would do anything.
But I thought you said, Razvan, that you would be willing to do anything to help me. And I would like you all to roll initiative.
I'm glad. I'm so glad. He was literally about to move a step forward.
You know what? I rolled well on skill checks. Rolling low on initiative, that's fine.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, give me a second to roll some dice.
Oh no, you are totally fine. I am so glad we get a fight.
This fight is the reason why I asked if we could go a smidgen later than normal.
That makes sense.
I'm actually glad we didn't stumble around the house for longer, not missing the, easy puzzle. Because we did that in Districtly Professional.
Alrighty. At the top of the initiative order. You know what? We'll make this interesting. I will start with Citric, roll me a d4.
Will do. That's a 1.
A 1. Okay. You watch as from the vanity, one of the drawers slides out, and from the vanity itself, you see a dagger, pristine with no rust, with gold encrusted and jewel inlaid, rise from the drawer and begin to hover in its place.
Oh no.
It's going to then launch at... Gonna flip a coin. Branson.
Do it.
15 to hit.
Does not hit. I'm going to say literally, Branson literally just moves his axe to his other hand, bashes it out of the way, and sends it flying across the room as he is about halfway in motion to a charge.
You watch as it like flies through the air aiming at you and stops, but does not clatter to the ground. And with that, Humphrey, it is your turn with Branson on deck.
Humphrey he looks very very nervous. Like he's looking at his short sword and looking at himself, and with a lot of hesitation, you see him move here. He actually stumbles down there. Like it's not graceful. He stumbles down the drawer and basically rolls.
It's also considered, for the sake of battle mechanics, climbing down like something like that will take half your movement.
Yeah, but I am not moving that far. I am moving.
No, for sure.
50
I'm
feet
just
from
I'm
that-
just letting you know. It's like
perfect.
difficult terrain, basically.
Yeah. And he will unsheath his sword. Madam, you are not being a graceful host here. He will point at her and hold action. If she moves or does anything that can be perceived as threatening, he will stop.
Okay.
I will have
Holding
to
your
ask you to
action.
stand down.
You said you would do anything. With
You
that,
said
Brands.
you would reward with anything. We are here to help. And now you are asking us to do a major sacrifice.
Well, why don't you talk to your friend who agreed to do anything? And with that, Branson, it is now your turn.
Yeah, I hate to cut down that roleplay thing, but I want to imagine that you said you would do anything. Branson is already next to them, and his eyes are crackling with a electric, like a radiation, basically around like a, you know how anime does around the eyes. That's just radiating off him. As first, Hex. And he is going to choose, let's say, I will say wisdom skill checks, just because it's Hex.
Okay.
As, again, he is literally just doing that scene out of The Shining. The guy walks in and Jack Nicholson hits him with the axe. Swinging with two hands, if my sheet will literally let me actually get to that part. Does a 14 hit?
It does.
Okay, so that is 8.
Oh, nice.
That is 8 slashing and 6 force damage as lightning begins to crackle across his axe. As I will just do a quick explanation. I am playing a homebrew cleric that I built myself, the Grudge Domain. You pick one creature type that has wronged you and caused you to go on a path of vengeance. And I think everyone's figured out Branson doesn't like undead.
Whoa!
So, quick thing. So I did my attack, but also because of Hex. I don't know why it's rolling two things. Let me make sure it's doing this right. Dear Lord. Okay,
I see one.
So that's a 5. So that is literally okay, no, that's 19 points of damage.
Okay. What does that look like as you use your weapon?
Like I said, there is now just lightning crackling across the blade of his axe, and again, lightning just radiating from his eyes, which is the sign of his hex, and he is just literally gutturally screaming out, "Ah!" Again, like, I don't want to, like, retcon all of the stuff you had with them, but he literally just went in on-site mode.
Anything else you would like to do in your turn?
That's all my turn. That's all my turn, please.
Your turn. She, first and foremost, is going to unhinge her jaw.
Oh.
Great.
I'm not going to do it right now because the dog just came downstairs and I don't want to scare the dog because apparently that happened last time. But she lets out an blood-curdling shriek. And I need... Yep, I need both Humphrey and Branson to make wisdom saving throws.
But I do have a question, because is this a magical effect?
It is not.
Okay, well, 16.
I got a 10.
This sound rattles you to your core, Humphrey, and you are now frightened for the next minute.
Mm-hmm. I assume that takes away my my held action.
It does.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry.
No, it's perfectly fine.
And with that, she will then turn and look to you, Branson. And as if manifesting from nowhere, she will equip what looks like a very corporeal, I'm gonna be real, it looks like a kitchen knife.
That's fine.
And she goes in to stab you directly. With like a downward, because she's like hovering in midair, so it's like a downward sort of jab. That doesn't hit.
I'll just say it just glances off of one of the random armor bits he has on. Because he's not moving.
And that will be her turn. That brings us to Onyx, your turn, with Razvan on deck.
Alright.
Just a second.
Right,
Yes.
I'm the one with no magical ability.
Wait.
No, just-
Citric, what?
Yeah, no, just going over to fight it because I to check it. No, it means I have this. It means I have this advantage, but it doesn't mean I cannot attack.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and your attack goes off.
Yeah. And I cannot move closer, but I am already on top of them, which is good at least for now. I was mistaking it with the other effect when you are forced to run away.
Right. Sorry. Me too. I was as well. Sorry about that.
The thing that sucks in 5e is there's 2 different frightens, so do your roll.
Yeah.
All
That's a
right.
17 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Wait, you have disadvantage.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
right at disadvantage.
Again,
Yeah.
That's it.
That's
Yeah,
how we
yeah.
do session
We just
0.
established that. Yeah, it's my fault.
Unfortunately, 7 does not hit.
So, Onyx,
Yeah,
what do you
so
want to do?
Okay, well, I've decided that I do not want to engage in close combat. So from a distance, knowing that I don't have any magic that I can hurl, I throw one of my daggers.
Okay, so just click on your dagger, and that'll do the roll
Yes, I did that.
for you. Ooh.
Nice.
Why is that?
Unfortunately, not very well.
Unfortunately, that will not hit. But as you throw your dagger, you watch as it sort of almost like what are those you know how sometimes things will go through smoke and create like a vortex?
Yes.
That's kind of what it looks like as your dagger passes through and it clatters on the floor over here.
Okay, so it just passes through her, but creates some sort of opening where it hits.
That was more flavor text to say that like you missed.
Yeah.
But yes.
You do have a lot of extra options because you are a rogue, because your bonus action can do more than most of us. Which you would look at as cunning action.
Yeah, nothing's been added to my list over here.
Okay, so you could.
That's what I was scrolling for.
You can dash, which would double your movement to get to somewhere else that might be a better shot.
Yeah, I also have feline like agility, which gives me double speed for 1 turn. So I'm considering.
I mean,
Tabaxi dash.
Yeah, well, I forget. Is feline agility a bonus action?
It is.
Then, basically, feline agility, or you could just take the dash action. Both would probably give you enough space to get over to this spot where you'd be looking at her from. I don't know why it's not giving me the ping. But the spot where you can see where the spot above where it's pointing down from the destroyed rug, which basically with a short bow, you can still hit.
Here. If this is noon, where you want to ping.
Can you ping again? Sorry, I just can't see very well. Okay, there. My character sheet was just covering the map for a second.
Oh, good.
It's fine, yeah.
But Burnout, where were you saying to? If this is noon and this is 6, where do you want? Where are you saying?
Let me see if I can. I think this will do it.
Is that like over there? Is that where you're...
I don't know why it's not giving me the ping. Lower down. You see where the last part of the rug is? The spot above it. With all the broken glass.
So down here or up here?
The spot above that. The spot
Sorry,
above where
here?
you first pinged.
Oh, so like right here?
Yeah. Because then they have a spot to shoot.
A direct line.
Yeah, and because they have 2 people within 5 feet, they could actually use their sneak attack. One
Makes
up.
sense. One more up. So like right here, because then it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 away.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, so I can use my short bow.
But you've already attacked, but that'd be for next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but at least I'm within range now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Rogue's all about that positioning life.
I still need to play one. I'm so ready. But
so that's action.
Yeah, this is my first time playing a rogue. I'm excited.
Is that is action and bonus action? Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
Well, I don't want to move from my vantage point, so I think I'll just stay put.
Okay. Razvan.
Listen, Adeline, if you cannot be bothered to give us the exact truth and specificity, then we owe you no rights in doing the same in return. I have fought worst wights within the fields of taverns and Baldur's Gate. You are nothing to us. Casting Vicious Mockery.
Ooh.
Take that 1 damage if you fail.
Hey man,
If you dare.
it's all about the status effect with Vicious Mockery. Let's be real.
Yeah, true.
Didn't you say something about hex and wisdom saves?
Wisdom checks. I wish remove curse
okay.
is what does the saves.
Okay.
Well,
I hate to be that person, but as she turns to you, she looks and says, "If you want clarity, I can give you clarity. I simply need you to stab my own heart and replace it with your own. She takes no damage.
Fair enough. But that is Razvan's action. He's gonna move a bit away from the heart as it's making him nervous. That does go.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. As a bonus action, we will throw out another point of who do we want to throw a bardic inspiration on?
I would say technically I'm the highest DPS because I'm spec to literally hurt her.
That makes sense, and you actually can.
I'm actually feeling generous and I'm being mindful of our time. Razvan,
Yes.
roll me for free a wisdom check.
Wisdom check. Huh. 10.
Okay, that's enough. Think about what she said. Think about what you just said. Is Branson truly the only person that can attack her?
We will. I don't know what else the group can do yet, though, as Razvan. Damn it. We'll still throw it at Branson just to see what he might come up with. Razvan is feeling conflicted. Branson, I'm certain that you've fought worse undead than this. This foe will not bring us low for now. And bardic inspiration towards Branson.
I want to say I love what you're doing for your bardic inspiration, but Branson right now is doing the gut scream gif.
Sure, yeah, I'm just trying to eloquent words to magically give you bonus.
I know. I just wanted to put that picture in the ether, but yeah, let's go to the
Love
next
it.
turn.
Top of the order. We start with... Onyx, go ahead and roll me a d4.
All right.
Four.
Ooh.
You watch as shadows in the room grow longer
Oh no.
and begin to reach out. Let me see. Who is in close enough range? Alright, I'm going to need... this is going to be a dexterity saving throw from Humphrey, from Branson, and from Razvan.
Ooh.
They'll do.
21.
16?
23. Ooh.
Ooh, okay. The shadows begin to physically creep off of the floor, swiping at all of your feet, but all of you manage to quite literally dodge or step out of the way.
Can I do a flavor thing?
Sure.
Literally electricity, like that same black lightning with the blue outline is literally just radiating off him and it's just shocking away the hands.
Hell yeah.
I'm Super Saiyan 2 over here. I'm living it.
All right, top of the order, Humphrey. You're frightened.
It means I have disadvantage and I cannot move closer where I can stand my ground.
True.
So, since diplomacy went off the window, he will try to swipe again with the short sword. That's a 12.
Unfortunately, a 12 just misses. As you swing your blade, the incorporeal form seems to just separate at a second before your sword passes through and closes up in its wake.
Humphrey has been looking extremely nervous this entire time, and seeing that he's just doing nothing and feeling afraid of the situation, actually he's going to try and run here. Oh, wait.
Okay.
I have to run here.
Okay.
And I assume I am taking an opportunity attack.
Yes, you will be.
Once again, it's not grateful. He's stumbling. Like, you've seen him having trouble walking in general, or like trying to run is even worse.
I'm so sorry. That's gonna be a 24 to hit.
Yeah, no, that hits.
All right. Let's roll some dice. That's going to be 16 points of necrotic damage as she swipes and undercuts a claw at you.
Yeah, that... He screams, but he keeps rolling it. I assume it doesn't look pretty because it basically breaks, like stabbing like a piece of rubber, like you see, like crack open. Not pretty.
And because it is the end of your turn, you are able to repeat the saving throw. Is wisdom.
Perfect. I still get an object interaction, so he's going to reach for the heart.
Okay. Bonus action, you pick up the heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wisdom, right?
Yep, wisdom.
That's an 11.
I'm sorry, you still are frightened, but you have the heart.
Yeah.
What does
That's right.
frightened Humphrey look like? Are you like rippling?
Yes.
You look like he looks like he's breathing heavy, like his body is moving, but also you see the crack opening, like oozing out because of the... It's a very sad image. He looks
Okay.
panicked.
All right. It is now Branson's turn.
Branson will swing his axe down, but it's less that he's attacking and more of just he's striking. And I have a quick question. You talked about the dagger. Is the dagger also still in play somewhere within the room? Quick question. Is it within 30 feet of me?
It is.
Okay, then, quick thing. I played my hand. I am using my channel divinity, Roar of Vengeance. So, I am targeting our baddie, and I'm targeting their knife, and they have to make a wisdom set. Well, let me check here. It's been a minute since I wrote this. Yeah, a wisdom. Oh no. 30 feet equal to wisdom modifier.
Yeah, it's a wisdom save.
Yeah, they have to make that wisdom save, which is 13 because we're low level, or take 2d10, and also have disadvantage on attacking anything that isn't me. As again, he is just guts screaming with all of the like particle effects, and I will roll the damage here. Just give me a second here.
I mean, this makes sense.
So that's 10 damage.
Unfortunately, she passes, but the knife fails.
So knife takes 10 damage, and she takes 5. And then, as my bonus action, because I'm not, yeah. He immediately pulls one of his hand axes off and swings at her. Unfortunately, I don't hit, so I can't stack damage with Hex. But now he is dual wielding.
And I will note that from your channel divinity, the knife drops to the ground. Clatters.
I want to believe the blade just breaks.
Oh, it might be important, so it may not fully break.
Does not break, but it is no longer floating.
That's fine. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. It is now her turn. She watches as Humphrey goes for the heart, and she screams, "No!" and is going to disappear in front of you. Unfortunately, because of her ability, it does not provoke an attack of opportunity.
I figured, but I was hoping.
And then she's going to reappear here. And she is going to try to pull the heart out of your hands, Humphrey. This is going to be a contested, for the sake of things, this is going to be a contested, basically like a grapple is how I'm treating this.
Athletics?
Yes, sorry, word.
No, that's all right.
Just could not come out of my mouth. I appreciate
I-
you.
We've all been there.
I want to point out one thing. You don't have disadvantage on this.
I should because I have disadvantage on all checks because of frighten.
Oh, I thought, but again, we have two different frighten
It's
conditions.
attacks and checks. Yeah.
Yes.
She's like
Ability checks and attack rolls. Yes.
Yeah, she takes it.
Takes it.
Man, that natural
As a
zero-
reaction,
Oh.
I still believe in you. Get a bardic inspiration back.
Thank you.
Well, no, I get a point back so I can give it to you later.
Yeah. Oh, stick around. You're gonna get plenty. Yeah, Humphrey, we can just not being able to grab it. She rips it off his hands.
And that is her turn. Onyx, it is now your turn.
Well, she moved out of where I needed her, so I'm going to have to move first.
Well, no, you actually, bows in D&D have ridiculous range. You're still in line of sight.
Does it count with Humphrey right there?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
20
it's
feet?
fine.
Excellent.
25
Okay.
feet? You're good.
Also, it looks like my sheet wasn't loading right earlier. It now is, so I do have sneak attack on there now.
Let's
Also,
go.
I want to point out one thing
Yeah.
because we know what we talked about this before thing. You have insightful fighting,
Yeah.
so you have advantage.
Yeah, so that with that advantage, I can use sneak attack with my attack, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it basically means you get the
Okay.
bigger roll, and then you get to do the extra damage.
Okay, I'm gonna go with my short bow now. Oh, please work. Okay, it's equipped.
In the meantime, I am curious. What happens when she takes the heart? Like, does she just grab it?
Yeah,
in the
can I
hand?
aim? I want to aim for the heart in her hands. Is it in? Okay, so she's just holding it, correct?
Yeah, she's holding it.
Okay. Why won't this arrow? My bow's not working. It says equipped, use as a resource, has an attack, but it won't.
Okay, so here's something that make it easier. You see the little pop out, like the minor window thing on your sheet at the top, like for basic windows for online stuff?
Which one?
Again, your sheet's like a pop out, so at the top it
Yeah,
has like
yeah,
the
yeah,
expand
yeah.
screen. Click that. That should also just basically make it so that way then you then go to your short bow, click it, and it'll roll.
Okay. So if I okay, I clicked on that. Oh, nope, still not working.
All right, then just roll a d20 and what's your
Okay.
dex modifier?
+4 on dex, and I will roll my d20.
So that would be a 13.
Roll your
Advantage, right?
damage.
Yeah, 2. So roll another d20.
It might be a crit.
Yeah.
No.
That's the
So
other
13.
one.
But the last one meets it. Meets it,
Yeah.
beats it. Roll me damage.
So a short bow is a 1d6.
Yes.
So that's a 1d6 plus 4.
Ooh.
Oh, so you got 10. Now sneak attack, which should be 2d6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna roll 2d6.
Number 6. Oh boy.
You watch. You let this arrow fly. It pierces straight through the heart. And again, for the sake of the poor dog in the room, I'm not going to let it out, but she lets out an ear-piercing scream as she begins to disappear. Shrieking, wailing, until the heart falls to the floor and goes white and still. However, you all collectively begin to feel the house itself rumbling as you realize no heart was provided in its place, and it begins to collapse. For the sake of brevity, you all immediately begin to bust out, leaving through the way you came, as the walls and the tiles and the floor begin to literally fold upon itself, falling into the depths of the ground below, becoming consumed.
I can't believe I played. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And as everything in its chaos, you all trip upon yourselves, falling to the ground, everything goes black. As each of you wake up, you find yourselves in your own beds. And yet, Branson, as you check your pockets, and Onyx, as you check your pockets, the goodies that you found from this house are still there. And that is where we end tonight's session.
Interesting.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Sorry for keeping us over. We did start a little late.
No, totally fine.
No worries.
It was fun.
Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah.
Usually, for folks' information, I usually try to start like getting into voice chat and getting things finalized to set up at around like 6 Eastern time, 6 o'clock, because we try to go live at like 6:30. So if you all don't mind popping in, you don't have to be in at 6, but like a couple minutes before 6:30 to make sure we're all here when we go live.
Yeah,
for folks
can
who are
absolutely do that.
folks who are not used to streaming, for the next session, that would be amazing. And usually there is a thing that I like to do at the end of sessions. Unfortunately, Sheila, you said that you need to go, so I will do it with the 3 of you, and then we will do it all as a group next time.
I will also say right now we're gonna stop. Don't know when this episode's gonna go up. I'm not rushing anybody. We're gonna wait. I'll put it up, but it'll happen before our next session. So look forward to that. I'll talk to y'all later.
Actually, if possible, do we want to edit it at all before we post it?
No, this one's fine.
Okay.
Mostly because editing is a nightmare. We all love you. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.